kwa kuwa ni asante Mungu wetu kwa vile kwa ukituona ukituongoza na ukiwa Mungu wetu. Tunakuja siku ya leo, hakuna Mungu mwingine kama wewe. Wewe ndiye tumeamua kuishia, wewe ndiye tumeamua kuongoza na wewe, kuishi na wewe, kwa sababu hatuwezi kuwa na wewe. Asubuhi tena tunalipa siku jina lako. Tena Bwana na Mungu wetu tunakuambia ni asante kwa hii siku ambayo tulitaja, tukijifunza neno lako, tukijifunza njia zako, kwa kuwa njia zako tena za kweli. Neno katika Hosea 4:6 linatuambia kwamba na kuona umetupa nafasi hii tunakuinua kukuza kwa sababu ili ujinga utoke na uweze kutembea na wewe kwa sababu tunajua kuwatumia ili tuweze kufaidika kwa siku ya leo. Ni asante kwa wazazi, ni asante kwa watu wetu. Tunajua mbele zako tukikuuliza utuongoze. Anza nasi Mungu wetu kwa sababu hatuwezi bila wewe. Tunakushukuru, tunakuinua na tunakutegemea kwa sababu tumeomba hayo katika jina safi la Yesu Kristo ambaye ni Bwana na Mwokozi wetu. Amen. Haleluya. Tusimame tuanze chorus mbili. And the way to show you is to praise Him.
audio yake haiko sawa. Yani ya live stream. Ya Sunday uleka Sunday uleka setting gani ukitumia kamera? Uli alta nimeweka hapana kwa line vitu hiyo iko sawa. Inaonyesha hiyo sasa.
Natengeneza maisha yangu na Bwana, natengeneza maisha yangu tayari ili na wewe ndugu, na wewe ndugu, ili akija kukute tayari, ili akija kukute tayari. Bwana asifiwe. Sitaiba sana lakini ningeomba ili mmoja wetu, especially you young people, mtengeneze maisha yenu na Bwana. Mimi nilianza kutengeneza yangu na Bwana nikiwa kama nyinyi. And you know what? Just like David alisema, ati tangu alipokuwa mdogo, na wakati huo alikuwa mzee, hajaona mtu mwaminifu amewachiliwa na Bwana. Bwana asifiwe. Naweza sema nimeona Bwana akiwa mwaminifu, sababu nami niliamua nikiwa kijana. I remember I was in form 2 when I got saved. Na nimeona Bwana akiwa mwaminifu kwa maisha yangu. Ndio sababu nilikubali nitengeneze maisha yangu na yeye. Na hata nyinyi ningemuuliza hivyo. Mkitengeneza na Bwana, hamutajuta kamwe. Bwana asifiwe, sababu yeye ni mwaminifu. Wakati huu nitaita dada yetu our evangelist wa Mwene ili aje atuongoze na devotion. Bwana asifiwe. Karibu sana our sister. Na tumupigie makofi akija. Amen. Amen. Welcome here.
Good morning, everyone. I'm born again. Jesus is my Savior. I thank God for this opportunity that He has given unto me and even unto us to gather here. It is with a reason and a purpose. And I hope that each one of us will be so prepared that you will not just walk in and walk out, but at least you will carry a package home. Treat it as an opportunity. Maybe you had not even decided to come, but because of one reason or another, maybe mzazi wako alikwambia ni lazima uende, maybe you just came because ni youth wameitwa, whatever reason that made you come, you can purpose and decide, even though I was not so decided, but at least I will carry something out of this place. And I hope it will happen so, because God knew when He brought us here. For the sake of those who are guests with us, I am Rebecca Wamwene Wawero. I'm the evangelist within this parish. And I want to read the word of God, and I will be very brief in the interest of time, so that we can allow our facilitators to have enough time with us. And I'm reading the book of 2 Chronicles, chapter 34. I will read, nitasoma nikirukaruka, but you can go read the whole of it. It's a very nice story, and I believe you're going to identify with it when you go read. Verse 34, I will read. Josiah was 8 years old when he began to reign. He reigned for 31 years in Jerusalem. He did what was right in the sight of the Lord and walked in the ways of his ancestor David. He did not turn aside to the right or to the left. For in the 8th year of his reign, while he was still a boy, he began to seek the God of his ancestor David. And in the 12th year, you can hear what it is I'm really emphasizing on. On the 12th year, he began to purge Judah and Jerusalem of the high places, the sacred poles, and the carved and the cast images. In his presence, they pulled down. Then you go to verse 8, because I said nitasoma nikirukaruka. Verse 8 says, in the 18th year of his reign, when he had purged the land and the house, he sent Shaphan, son of Azaliah, Maaseiah, the governor of the city, and Joah, son of Joahaz, the recorder, to repair the house of the Lord his God. I won't even go beyond there, but I needed us to get those 3 stages. If you followed me, my emphasis was on the 3 stages, and I will let us know why I have to emphasize on the 3 stages or 4. The Bible says that when Josiah was at the age of 8, when we talk about a person who is at the age of 8, this is a preteen. And in our current world, or mostly in Kenya, an 8-year-old is mostly in class 4, class 5, or even class 3. So the Bible says that at that age, being a preteen is when he was given kingship. It is when he was pronounced king, that from now on you will be the king. If you do some history, or if you read a little bit of the history of Josiah, you will be able to see that the reason why he had to be pronounced king as a preteen is because the fathers were dead and now he had to take over. But look at him. When he was at the age of 8, would you expect that this person would be able to understand what it means to be a king? I mean, this is still a child. This is still a person who are in their formative stages. They are learning. So how does it happen that you've given me this huge responsibility? You have put it on my lap. How do I go about it? But that is exactly what the Bible tells us. And the Bible continues to tell us that 8 years down the line, so if he was given kingship at the age of 8, then 8 years down the line, the boy was 16. And the Bible says that at that time, when he was 16 or 8 years down after he was handed over this kingship, he was now able to know as a teenager, he was now able to know, I am supposed to start rebuilding, removing, reconstructing, repairing, and doing all that. And before we go to the age of 16, the Bible says that at the age of 12, now, the Hebrew culture demanded that a boy at the age of 12 was able to do sacrifices for themselves. They were no longer kids. So they would go to the temple, do sacrifices for themselves, live their own life. I mean, they were able to know now, I can pray for myself, I can seek God for me. And we see that Josiah was able to do exactly that at the age of 12. The Bible is saying that he was able to seek or walk in the ways of his ancestor David at that age. Then we go on and see that 18 years later, now if you were to calculate, if he took at the age of 8, 18 years later is at 24. Now scientists usually say that teenage runs from the age of 13 all the way to 24 or 25 thereabouts. So I can see that this young man was still a teenager even when he was able now to take full charge and responsibility, not only for himself alone, but also to be able to give orders now as a king. I am able to know what it is that I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to say when, where, and how. So after 18 years of having taken over the responsibility as a preteen. Now, what is it that I'm saying here? I can see we came, and a majority of us are those people who just finished Form 4 the other day. And this tells me maybe a majority of us, if we have a very young one, is maybe 17, not below there. But I can imagine a majority of us are between 18 and 20 or 21, thereabout. And so that is why I came with Josiah, so that we can be able to see, are there people who are responsible enough at our age? Are there people who are able to tell between the right and the wrong at our age? Are there people who could be able to follow their path at our age? Or do we only have people who are patronized here and there? Are there people who are armed enough at our age so they could be able to know, now that I am armed? You know, when you tell a person, be armed, you're telling that person, be prepared, get the right tools, get the right skills. And when we read the Bible, we will see that anybody who is a hero or who is mentioned in the Bible, all of them were armed. Look at Moses leading the children of Israel from Egypt to the land of Canaan. He was armed with a stick. That is why God asked him, what do you have? He was armed with a stick. Look at David when confronting Goliath. He was armed with a stone and a sling. Look at Jesus himself. When delivering us, he was armed with the kingdom. He was armed with the kingdom of God. He knew, this is what I'm coming to bring to the people. So I'm also asking us, and this should be the big question we shall ask ourselves here, even as we sit and listen, how armed are we? And I am sure we came to be added. So when you are asking yourself, armed, I will use the word arm, A-R-M, and then I will finish. A means awareness. Awareness. Create serious awareness. Psychology tells us that every success, or the center of every success, is awareness. Either self-awareness or awareness of your environment, awareness of everything that is needed, you know, gain awareness. Scholars, especially Matthew Henry, whom I really love to follow, says that Josiah, between the age of 8 and 12, he sought to know exactly what kingship entails. He sought to know what is kingship according to the Hebrew culture, because kingship was not just kingship. I mean, even in the olden days, before they came to occupy the land of Canaan, there were kings, there were rulers, there were leaders, and he did not just want to become a leader. He needed to know what are the demands of a king who hails from the tribe of Judah. What are the requirements? What are the commands? What are the demands? What are the do's and the don'ts? He gained a lot of awareness. He also, Matthew Henry says, he gained a lot of self-awareness. Who am I? Here and now, who am I? Where am I at? He realized, number one, I am only a preteen. That is awareness. Number two, I am going through loss and grief because I have lost my parents. I have lost my father. I have lost that pillar who could have held my hand and walked with me up until I'm age 12. So he gained that awareness that I am so emotionally unstable right here and now. Sometimes I could be moody. Other times I could be angry. Other times I could be grieving. Other times I could be crying. Other times I could be mourning. Do I have to carry all that baggage and litter it amongst the people? He gained the awareness. So how do I explore my loss and grief? How do I explore those things that have not worked out well for me? How do I explore my unmet expectations? Because there could have been so many. He gained self-awareness. And this is also calling upon us to gain self-awareness. What are my strengths? What am I strong in? What are my talents? What are my hobbies? By the way, sometimes your hobby can become a source of your income. Hello? Praise the name of the Lord. Yes, we have seen people who started swimming as a hobby. I love swimming. And by, they found themselves training in it. And they became divers. They became what? Now they are working. Some of them are even working outside the country. They started as a hobby. So even your hobby is something that you need to be aware of. What is my hobby? What is my talent? Suppose I nurture it. Suppose I sharpen it. I can still become. What are your weaknesses? Could I be someone who just a trigger is enough for me to blow out and do, crazy things, throwing tantrums, just getting, how do I receive feedback? Am I always so negative on feedback? I mean, when someone tells me, hey, by the way, ako kanywele venye kako, I'm like, ni yako. Si uende utengeneze yako. How do I receive feedback even at home when my mother or my father comes and they tell me what you have done is not right? How do I receive that feedback? Am I always negative? Can I also look at the feedback as a source of building me or encouraging me or raising my standard? Your weaknesses. Then you're also assessing your opportunities. That is awareness. Josiah assessed his opportunities. What opportunities do I have? Like one of them was he could access information that a common youth or a common teenager would not be able to access. I mean, every informer, every military officer, every governor, every person in leadership, if he wanted information, he would get it just like that. So that was an opportunity he had. What are your opportunities? Are you just wasting them down? Do you have connections but you're feeling like, I'm waiting for them to talk to me. They can as well also call me. It is you who is in need. You're building networks. Run after them. Reach out. And when you reach out, be very wise. I am a counselor. And people reach out to me because my number is out there in the public domain. But believe you me, you will struggle and wallow in your issues, in your depression and everything if you can't express yourself. I mean, when a person writes me a message or even calls me, "Hi, therapist Wamwene, I needed to talk to you." So, do you expect me to keep on following you, asking you, what is it you want to tell me? Can you tell me? It is you to tell me. I needed to talk to you because I'm 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, so that I can pick the issues and be able to help you. When you call me and tell me I need a job, then I ask, what kind of a job? Any job. There is nothing like any job. One time I told a person, okay, any job, I have a job. I have like 100 guns and I want them to be distributed all over. And you are asking for any job and I will pay you. Can you come and take the guns and begin? I didn't mean that, but you told me any job. So it is a high time you gain awareness. What exactly do I want? And don't limit your want. Praise the name of the Lord. You know, sometimes we look at the wants, like the job I want, and you start telling yourself, by the way, job market, hakuna job kama hiyo, so you hide it under. Go, talk about it. It is you who has a problem, not the job. Then you're also assessing the threats, and the threats are both internal and external. External threats could even be the social networks that you have. You're always in IG following people, laughing at what they're saying, and you have no single content that you have created to be able to assess yourself. How many people can follow me? But you're all over following. Hey, this one is recent. Hey, this one is recent. You're following, wasting your credit, wasting your bundles, wasting your airtime, wasting all your time following. Do something. Assess the threats, the external and the internal. Then number 2, I talked about the arm. Number 2 is responsibility. Josiah at the age of 12 took responsibility. He knew, I have listened to these people for 4 good years. They have walked with me, they have guided me, they have told me, they have ordered me, they have commanded me, they have told me this is wrong, this is right. He now took responsibility of his behavior, responsibility of his actions. He used the internal locus of evaluation, not the external. When I fail, it is not about my teachers, it is not about my parents, it is not about anybody, it is all about me. When I succeed, it is not about anybody, it is about me. He took responsibility. He did not push it to anybody else. And responsibility demands that sometimes you delay gratification. Yes, I feel like I want to have sex with someone, and I feel so pushed. I feel like I need it. I feel like I need a drink here and now. I feel like I must do this and that. I feel like I want to watch pornography. The push is so hard. It is really pushing me. Delay gratifications. Hello? Tuko kimoja? Delay that gratification. Tell yourself, yes, you feel it. It is okay to feel, because God created feelings so that they can be felt. Ask your neighbor, do you feel? Na mwenye hata ulizana ujue yeye ni muulize vizuri, do you feel? The feelings were created by God so that they can be felt. So it is okay to feel, but the way you respond to the feeling is the issue. Actually, we say we are 10% what happens to us, but we are 90% how we respond. Praise the name of the Lord. Just 10%. If today someone slapped me, that is just 10%. How I respond is 90%. If I choose to hit them back and we fight and we are arrested, 90%. I chose to go that direction. Take responsibility. Do not attribute your failure, your issues, your success, your anything to anybody. It is about I, me, and myself. And that is why I'm telling people, and I won't dwell on that, but I know you people are potential voters. And right now we have so many faves. But I know there is the favorite fave for the youth. That one who is... Yes, yata mmeanza kucheka because you know the favorite fave. So even as you think about the fave, know that you're taking responsibility of your vote. Are we together? You're taking responsibility of your vote. I went to Muranga the other day and I will still return there. Thank God they found that I have substance. I can go back there. And I told them that time the fave had not hit. So we were still with these others. So I told them, you're here talking about the bottom ups, bottom ups. And I asked them, nyinyi ambao mumekaa hapa, walikuwa wamekaa huko, kwa wengine kwa maduka, wengine sijui wapi. I asked the parents and the people that were there, how how many of your sons, because the bottom up is telling us that we shall create jobs for our youth. We shall bring sijui what for our what. How many of your youths are employable? How many of your youths will fit amongst the jobs that will be provided? And even that should be the question you should be asking yourself. My faith, when I am following my faith, whoever my faith is, you also don't know my faith, but truth be told, I have a faith. When I am thinking about my faith, how will I benefit from my faith? Am I set in a way that when the benefits come, I will be able to reap from them? Or I will only hear like what Elisha told one officer at the gate. You will see them eat, but honestly, you will not eat. Will it be the same case with us? When you're thinking about anything, take responsibility of even your thoughts. Praise the name of the Lord. Take responsibility of even your thoughts. Take responsibility of any action you do. Don't push it to anybody. It is the church. It is sijui who. No. It is you and yourself. Then finally, M. Motivate. Only after you have taken responsibility, only when you have chosen the path you want to follow, can you then motivate people and tell them, like Paul, follow me, for I follow Christ. Then and only then can you be able to do that. So motivation is about mentorship. You people have already finished Form 4. There are others who are coming after you. What is it that you're going to tell them? You know, I hear people say, bro, afadhali ukiwa shule. Huku nje ni kugumu. Is that the only thing you will be able to tell them? Or you can be able to tell them, it's okay. Welcome to the world of the mature. People who take responsibility of their decisions and their life. People who take responsibility of their choices. And yes, it is possible. So when you're motivating, you're encouraging, you're mentoring, you're leading, you are sometimes commanding. Like here we see that when he was motivating them, he commanded all the leaders, remove every pagan, remove every high place, remove every altar that is not of God. So sometimes you will be commanding only when you have been able to take responsibility. You will not be busy in masturbation, yet you're telling me that, you know what, sex is an addiction, do not incline in that direction. You can only tell me to stop what you have been able to master. Motivate. So when we talk about being armed, how well armed are you to face the world? I can tell you the world is a beautiful place. The world is full of blessings. The world is a happy place only if you are armed enough to be able to get or capture that happiness, that joy, enjoy life, live life for yourself. When you go to class, summer, knowing that whatever it is I'm doing, I hear them say there are no jobs, but me, I believe, even if I'm not employed, I can create a job. I can create it from where God has given us a creative brain. Use it. Like I said, know your strength. One of my strengths is creativity. Me, I will create, I will look at anything like this and it will become content. And before you know it, it has given me money. Become creative. Praise the name of the Lord. Be a Josiah. He took leadership as a preteen, proceeded even in teenage and past teenage, because we have been told he reigned for 31 years. If he reigned for 31 years, then if you add 8, that is 39. In fact, he only reigned up until he was at the prime age. Before even he became an old person, you also can become great, you can thrive. That was not only meant for these young people, it is also meant for the parents. Arm yourself for these people. Help them where need be. Children are an arrow. Release them to the direction you want them to go. Make sure that you bless them every day. Don't always curse them. Even maybe sometimes when they do something wrong, because at times they do. Do not always curse them. Do not always be angry with them. Remember that you were also a young person, and maybe if tungekuwa naka mkanda hivi to rewind we would be shocked. Maybe you did worse. So bless them. Those blessings go very far away. They are going to help them become great people. May the Lord bless you even as you arm yourself. Tell your neighbor, arm yourself. God bless you and keep you.
There's a song I sang here, and I would like us to sing again. Nategeneza maisha yangu na Bwana. Sindi, it is simple, eh? Ebuti tuibe. Nategeneza maisha yangu na Bwana. Nategeneza maisha yangu na Bwana. Nategeneza maisha yangu na Bwana. Ili akija nikute tayari, ili akija nikute tayari. That's what we are doing. We are helping you mutengeneze maisha yenu na Bwana. Bwana asifiwe. Ketini chini, ebu niulize our chairman, please, to come and take us through the other session. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that session. My name is Evans. I'm born again. I love the Lord as my personal Savior. I am the chairman of Christian Education, and mine is very small. I will just introduce the office if they are in, because most of them are outside doing 1, 2, 3, and then I introduce the patron to come and introduce the facilitators for us. Then I will give the way forward. Do you have an official inside? Rose, how are you? That's our secretary there. She's doing something there. That's why she's that far. He's our T coordinator, Clement Gateru. God bless you so much. And the rest, Teresa, all of them are just around, and 2 of them have an apology. I would like to give our patron, to introduce our patron. Elder Mwaura is our patron, and Karibu Elder Mwaura, you introduce for us the facilitator, then I will give the direction.
Bwana sifiwe. Bwana pesifa. My name is John Joroge Mwaura, and I love Lord as my personal Savior. I just want to request your neighbor that and tell her or him, today is a day of learning.
Today is a learning day.
Bwana sifiwe.
Amen.
Bwana sifiwe.
Amen.
I'm sure you have a notebook and a pen, isn't it? Isn't it? Yeah. The purpose of this interaction, let me call it an interaction, is that we need to learn. And most of the topic today is about career choice. During our days, an occasion that like this one, it was very, very, very rare. Very rare. Very rare. And now that you have a chance to interact and to know exactly what is the way forward. And the beauty of learning is that you get more information. You get more information. And information is power. So for the maybe few hours that are going to be around, prepare yourself, be clear to the point, take all the notes, because after this interaction, you'll be very rich. Tell your friend you'll be very rich.
Very rich.
Bwana asifiwe. So one thing is that we thank God for you on behalf of the Christian Education for inviting you, and I've decided to come. That's great. That's wonderful. May God bless you for coming. May God bless you. It is not in vain. You are going to learn a lot. And it's good to let you know that this is the responsibility of the church. And a portion of the interaction, Rebecca has done this quite well, and I'm sure I've started learning something. So it is the responsibility of the church to do this on behalf of the community and also for the future of the church. You You are the leaders. I won't tell you how old I am, but I'm old. I'm old. So few years to come, you'll be taking responsibilities. It may not be laid today for you. It may not be laid, but it is laid. It is laid. So we want to prepare you as a church so that you can be more equipped for your future. More equipped for your future. So even when you are out there, you are able to stand well, and more so to have a very strong foundation for your future. So with that, I'm going to introduce, I'm going to request them maybe just 2-3 minutes to do a brief so that we can prepare ourselves psychologically. It's not a lecture, just an introduction, so that as we are going to be given the next thing that we are supposed to do, at least we'll be having a clue. What is ahead of us? What are we waiting for? What is all this about? So I'm going to request, they are going to introduce themselves. We are going to start with my brother, and then we are going to have our brother as well to tell us something as a preparation. God bless you, and I'm sure by the end of it all, Mungu atatua ametubariki. Thank you. Karibu.
Amen. My name is Peter Kibudu, and Christ is my personal savior. I was a former member of this church. I was in education in Kamau 1998, so I'm not new. I was a TE coordinator, my friend here, 1999, 2000 there. I am a teacher. I teach theology, and those who don't do theology, I teach philosophy or critical and creative thinking, both at St. Paul's University and Presbyterian University. You are my sons, because I used to be a member of this church, and God bless you.
Bwana asifiwe. Bwana asifiwe tena.
Amen.
Nani mkono baridi? Na vile tumepewa devotion. So my name is Wilson Omunyo Mathu. I'm holding fort for Grace. She's on her way in a few minutes, but we will be together in that session. So I am a communication and digital marketing specialist or consultant, and Grace is a personal branding and also talent development consultant. The reason why we talk about personal development and personal branding, especially for the kind of people we are going to interact with, it's not a lecture. We're not coming here to, this is how you should stay. This is how you do. If you don't do this, you'll be hit by electricity. No. It is an interaction to see. And I think one of the takeouts I've gotten from Pamwene is welcome to the world of the mature. I think that is a very, very important statement that I've gotten from that devotion. Because even as we interact with the session or our peers, the people we interact with, there's what you used to call the age group and the age set. Probably we're in the same age set because we are in our 30s. You are in your late teens into 20s. So we can share experiences. And one of the things that we want to, talk about is how is that base? Because there are some things that if we get them wrong now, it will be a lot of work in the future to try and come back. And it's important that we have that discussion and we see how do we start, how do we lay that base? How do we now align that to our faith, our personalities, our characters? Because all of us are different. We are very different. So the moment we are able to understand that we are different, we are able to know how can we walk that journey together. How are we able to position ourselves in the job market? Because like the devotion has said, the job market is there. People will tell you different things. Hakuna job, hakuna kazi, ni kubaya, ni kugumu, kunanyesha, nini. Of course, kunanyesha. But what is your position in the rain? Mvua ni kubwa. What size of an umbrella do you have? Kuna upepo, umevaa jacket. You know, some of these things are so obvious, but we are somehow blinded, can't see them. Our mentality yetu, it is set in a way that even if the solution was there with you, you can't see it. So that is the kind of direction we are going to take today. Grace will be joining us in a few. Sorry, she has been traveling, so she just came this morning. So I told her to prepare and she'll join us as we start. Meanwhile, we'll continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Makofi mazuri, makofi. Thank you very much. Abia mwenzako na bado maneno inakuja. Na bado. Very good. Thank you so very much. Grace and Wilson will be with us, with the youth, and Bwana Kifodo here will be with our parent. Our parent will go to the youth, to the hall. The youth will be right here. We'll come back right here after the tea. Right now, I want us to break for a cup of tea. We take a cup of tea, a maximum 20 minutes. Because of time, na hata 20 minutes ni mingi sana. Si ndio? Unataka dakika gapi? 15. 15. Aya, we take 10 minutes. Kwa hivyo immediately tukitoka hapa, we go right straight to our old sanctuary. We take a cup of tea, and immediately after your tea, you come back here, and the parent to go up there, then we continue. I want to invite someone, in the conference hall. Conference hall, sorry. Outside conference hall. Up there naulizwa ni wapi. It's okay. I want to invite somebody to pray for us for a cup of tea. One parent, please. Very good.
Praise God. I'm Moses Kinuthia Muigai, born again this morning. I'm coupled as a parent and also a member of this church. And we are going to have so much today. Let us pray. Everlasting Father, we thank you for this glad morning that you've given unto us. We do appreciate you, mighty King, for the opportunity to come to run. It is our prayer, even as we continue in these sessions, oh Father God Almighty, that you live here like we have never left any other time. We commit everything to you, O Heavenly King, and especially your provisions. We thank you for the provision of tea and snacks. As we partake of them, we pray that you may bless them. Even as we remember those who do not have, and pray that you may provide for them. For this we pray, believing and trusting in Jesus' name. Amen.
tears. Took me so long to believe it, that you choose someone like
I know kuna wageni in our midst. So lazima tuwapatie itago the lay of the land ama mapia nyumbani. Ndio. So we have our washrooms behind the church. Ukitumia ile mlango, you will see the ladies first and then the gents iko tu hapo next. Ndio. Without taking so much time, I want to welcome Grace and Willie, and then they will take us through the next session. And I hope you're here ready to learn Mjibambe, take lots of notes, and then we'll have a Q&A session baadaye. So kama kuna maswali unasikiaga unataka kuulizaga wale wazee wetu na utaki kuisema, we'll give you some notes, write them, pass them to us, and then we'll have a short Q&A session with the parents, and then tutamalizia na lunch. All right? Awesome. So, Willie, Grace, karibuni.
Saseni. Haki kuna watu waongei. Saseni. Nimesikia poa nikajua gender represented. Unajua unasikia poa. Saseni poa. Haya, acha nijaribu ya mwisho. Saseni. Mjasema uniform bana. Sisi na vile watu unajua high school pale vile mlikuwa mnasema, unakumbuka mpaka high school kuna school anthem. Kuna watu mlikuwa na school anthem. Ile mlikuwa mnasema alafu hapa mkifika kwa church mnasema poa. Acha tuseme uniform sasa. Saseni. Hivyo kitu kama hiyo. Hata kama kuna baridi, saa zingine life mtu anajipatia kajoto kidogo, si ndio? Mimi nilikuwa nimejiintroduce for those who are not here or have forgotten or need a reminder. My name is Wilson. Ndio maana umesikia niita Willy. Hiyo tu ni ya huku mtaani. Wilson Wamunyo Mathu. Mimi ni mambo ya communication, so wanasema ni communication, digital marketing, mambo za how to position yourself, how to communicate, how to express yourself on different platforms so that people will understand who you really are. Because at the end of the day, you might be having an asset or you might have value, but simply because you've not given out that value, you have not communicated that value, hujaongea, watu watajuaje we ni nani? Si ni simple. Unajua hizi vitu saa zingine zinafaa kuwa simple as they are. Na Bible pia inasemaje? If you light a candle, lamp, and then you cover it, how will people know? How will you shine the light? And you know everybody has their strength, so that is as simple as what you are talking about. But on the side of how to do personal branding, how to do that, we have Grace here, who is going to actually be the lead for this presentation. She's come late, that is why I picked this mic, so that I introduce her to you. So Grace, she's here. You can come. I attempted to introduce you. I didn't introduce her, I attempted. So it's time for you to make any corrections, ask them if I said anything, and then you do the proper introduction, and after you do that, you can take us through the rest of it. Sawa?
Thank you.
Acha nifanye ile kitu. Mama. Thank you. Choose it.
Thank you, Wilson. Thank you, Wilson. Let's appreciate him with a clap. In this life, there are simple, basic etiquette things that are very important. Just appreciating somebody. You know, it takes a lot of effort to stand here, or it's very easy. So let's appreciate him again. And as you're appreciating him, take one seat in front. Ama kuna wageni tunagoja? Wanakuja saa ngapi? Wacha waketi hapo, kujeni hapa. I'm so lonely over here, kujeni. Anzeni, thank you. Kisimuanze, nyinyi mkuje hapa, hao wakuje hapa hivyo. Hata wewe anzia hivyo. Even here. Ama hii mnaweza kosa kukaa hapa, naona kama kuna mtu amewekewa hapo, sijui ni nani, but si mkuje hapa. Front row. Kuna wageni, unawajua? Kuna wageni, you know there is the coordinator. Kuna mgeni anakuja hapa? Hakuna? He has confirmed hakuna. So please come here. Let's keep each other warm. Ama mnataka nijiongeleshe hapa? Kujeni. We'll wait for you. You are our guests. Clap for them as they come. They are our guests. You are the guests you are keeping these seats for. Clap for them. They are the guests you are talking about. These are the guests that we have been waiting for. Please come. Clap for them as they come. There is even a cup. So thank you for coming, our guests. We appreciate you. Please continue coming. We have space for you. Come. You know what I'm telling you to do is so important, and you'll understand why. So please come sit here. You know Jesus can come right now. Then aanze kuchukua watu from the front. So you will thank me later. Always take the front seat if it's offered. Or we start saying now we are giving gifts. And we are starting from here. I've been telling you to come. Unakatalia huko nyuma. If you ever offered a front seat, please run. The only problem is ukuje ujipatie front seat. Na unaona hapa kuna vikombe. Baadaye uambiwe usonge nyuma. That's why I asked him. Kuna mtu anakuja hapa? Because even the Bible says, usiende kwa ile kiti ya kwanza, wait to be invited. But as long as you've been invited, run. You never know what is there for you. So thank you. I want to hear how Willie introduced me. Let me get 3 people to tell me how Willie introduced me. Then I'll know what to add or what to remove. What did Willie say?
I've been misquoted.
Ati? Or what did Willie say?
He's offered. Can I help you?
While I was away, what did he say about me? Haukuwa rada. Sawa. Patia mtu alikuwa rada. Hakuwa rada. Aya, are you sure you introduced me? Aya, who was there at least a redeem Willie? Alisema nini?
Huwezi kosa mtu.
Nani alikuwa rada? Hakuwa. Ulikuwa? Hakuwa.
Alikuwa. Nilikuona. Naona watu wenye niliona. Sema mtu mmoja hata kama ni watu.
You travel so much.
I travel so much. Okay, it's part of the reason I'm late, so it's okay. Someone else.
Pia walikuwa.
Alisema nini?
Wakati wa chai. Nimekuja wakati wa chai.
But nilikuona hapa. Unajua you can't lie when in the house of God. Na lightning ikikustrike. You lie. Huyo hata unajua mtu wa macho nne lazima ulionekana. Sema tu na usidanganye, we in church. Kama ulikuwa.
Yes.
So clearly Willie, you didn't introduce me, or maybe how you introduced me haiwezi semeka. We'll give you the benefit of doubt. I will introduce myself. So my name is Grace Matthew. I don't know if the presentation is up, so that I love photos. I love looking nice at times, so I would appreciate to be introduced when there is a photo somewhere. So I don't know where to look. I should be looking up. Oh, it's there. Okay. It's loading. Inakuja. Anyway, so my name is Grace Matthew. Let me say all the things I do, because I do many things. But first, let me say that I am born again. Let me also say that I am a mother. I am married. I have 2 boys. And besides that, I work as a HR practitioner, meaning I work in the human resource area. And besides that, it's there. I'm also an image and etiquette coach. That is to mean I'm an image consultant, which means I will help you look the part. In summary, I'll just help you look the part for the world, for the job you do, for your audience, to just make sure that you look what? What do you say? You look good. You're well packaged for the market. whether you want to go to school, whether you want to go to work, you look like somebody, like you will look like how you want to be addressed. Because at times there is a way we want to be addressed, but the way you look, the way you talk, the way you present yourself, there is a disconnect. So you'll tell people, I'm here, I'm looking for a job. They look at you and they're like, you or your neighbor, is there someone else you are coming with, you know? So I just make sure that people have worked on their image, and the way they look, the way they talk, the way they present themselves is a whole package which helps them win in this life, and we are going to look at that. You will allow me do more of English. Nimesikia unasema korada, nini, what, but for purposes of today, allow me do more of 80% of English, which is what I'm more comfortable in. Where I can throw Kiswahili, nita-throw. But where I cannot, allow me just continue using English. So that I also get to know you. And so that we are one. It's because of the camera. I was about to ask why you want to sit alone. Now I understand. But what's your name, so that we refer to you not just as the camera guy, but we refer to you with your name. It's proper business etiquette to refer to people by their names. Ama usually say, where mse? Nitie huyo. Ama unasema, we shall be discussing that. Atika, cameraman. No, we are not going to call him cameraman. Tell us your name. Alex, and the lady on the Rosemary, let's appreciate them. Everybody is very important. Sindio? Without them, we probably not be projecting all this, and therefore probably who are watching us who are not here, so let us appreciate them. So I also want to know you, and I want to know you not just by name. Name you will say as we continue, but I want to know, what are you doing? How is life taking you? Uko aje? Where in life are you? Uko space gani kwa hii maisha? How are you feeling? You know? And so I want to know, unacheka. You want to be the first one? Uko wapi kwa hii space ya maisha? No. So, who has just finished Form 4? Or we've all finished Form 4? Who finished in the group that just finished? Which month did they finish? March. Who finished in March? Nyinyi wote? Kuna mtu hakumaliza March? Ni wakina nani walimaliza before that? I know therefore who are working. I know therefore who are already working. The two ladies, right? Rose and Mercy. So those ones. If you didn't finish Form 4 in March, kindly. Tunajuana tu so that we know who we are dealing with. It's very important. Nyinyi wote mlimaliza March? We are the same people. We are the same group. We are on the same page. So where are you in life? How has it been? What have you been doing since March? We are in June. April, May, June. What have you been doing? Let's talk. What have you been doing? What has been keeping you busy? Sorry? You said something. Now I want you to tell everybody. What have you been doing? Feel free. Patia your mic. You know, we are here to also teach you on confidence. After this, I want you to grow in your confidence. And the best way to teach you confidence is to give you a practical example. So, what have you been doing since March? You can even say one word. What has been keeping you busy?
Classes.
Sorry?
Classes.
Classes. What have you been doing? Computers. Awesome. What else? What have you guys been doing? Someone else? No, it's not been nothing. Hata kama ni kuona TV, Netflix, that is something. Ndio hiyo sema. Netflix, aha. What else? What have you guys been doing? Sorry? Mike, pale inatakikana pale. There is a reason why we are having this discussion, so feel free. What have you been doing?
Dancing.
You're having dance classes? Awesome. Good. We are heading there. Talent. What else are you doing? Ama kuna mtu anasema nagoja kuitwa nini? Kazi. Who are you waiting for to call you for work? Patieni mic hapo nyuma. Hapo nyuma. What have you been doing? March, April, May? Sema tu.
Sleeping.
It's still fine. But you don't sleep the whole day, right? Ukiamka ni kukula, unarudi kulala? Hiking. Awesome. Nice. What else? What have you guys been doing? Those ones didn't finish in March. It's for you.
Movies.
Eh?
Movie.
Watching movies, it's okay. From this side, where wageni wetu wa heshima wako, what have you guys been doing since March? Tell us, we want to hear.
On a content.
March, April, May, June, what has been keeping you busy? Kukaa home. Ukiosha vyombo na kufua. Aya, I want to hear from you. Yeah, I'm helping you build your confidence. You'll thank me later. What have you been doing? March, April, May, June? Driving. You're doing driving school? Awesome. Have you finished? Are you about to finish? Okay. Bora tu usi drop out. Yeah. What have you been doing? March, April, May, June? Kuhustle. What hustle? Jua kali. What are you selling? Or what are you making? Vitu za mjengo. Okay, clap for him. He's already an entrepreneur, a real hustler. There's a reason why I'm asking you that question. Because let me now ask these people who have been saying, maybe you can put it off, just staying at home. Do you know how much potential you're sitting? What are you waiting for just staying at home? You're saying you're waiting to be admitted to college, ama kutafuta job. Do you know there is so much potential within you? Do you know that you're sitting on a talent right within you? Do you know that there is Ati? Hataki mic, anasema akona voice nini imeproject. Ati talent mnatafuta? Let me ask you, what talent? What's your name? Newton. What talent do you have? Na dance. So you're saying that mahali ya kuonyeshana you can dance ndio hakuna? Wacha kuinterrupt Newton. I'll come to you after Newton. Sindio? We'll also hear about your talent. Yes, Newton? Okay. Uko na simu? Hauna simu. Okay. The reason I'm asking you that is right now, you know there's a gentleman who is making millions of money right now because of dancing. All he does is he dances. If you have a birthday, he comes to you with a gift. What's his name? Yeah? That's talent. That's dancing. Creativity. He didn't wait for anyone to give him a job. He sat down and thought of how he can make dancing work for him. Yes? Ati semeni yo jina tena. I don't want to mispronounce it. Moya David, tutamgoogle tu sahi mumuone. Yani, let me tell you, that guy just has a talent in dancing. Aka realize hapa, I need to make money with my talent and nobody is giving me a platform. So for the longest time, he was probably like you saying, I have a talent. So when you're naongea, will you tawapea mic? Because we want to just listen to one person at a time. Sijui, mnataka kusema sahi? Ama later? Wamecheka. Moya David, tutamgoogle tu muone. So what he did, he started, because he's very good in dancing. So what he does is that he's just, if you have a birthday, for example, and that's why I asked if you have a phone, because it just requires you to record, for example, what you're doing, and the world is going to know about it. So for him, he discovered a talent. He didn't have a platform, so he decided to get creative. Before we know it, right now, everybody who can afford or wants to surprise a friend, a girlfriend, a wife, a relative, is paying him to deliver birthday gifts, because all he does, we are in church. I would have shown you. We are in church. I don't think we can Google him. We'll discuss during the break what he does. But what I'm trying to tell you is, I know you're saying you don't have a phone, but we will discuss how those platforms can come so that you know that with a talent you just start. And I'll also give you my personal journey so that you understand that at times you don't need to wait for anybody to give you a job. You can go outside there and work on your talent. And the biggest people right now who are making it are people who are working on their talent. It's not because of papers. It's not because they went to school and they are showing their papers. But if I can just sample and ask you, who is your role model right now? Who do you admire? Like when you look at them, you say, I want to be like this. Give me one example. Yes? You said something. Okay. Who are your role models? Who are you admiring? Yeah? You're not too young to have role models. Okay, who do you admire? They may not be your role model, but you're admiring them, you like where they are. Give me one. Kuna mtu amesema size 8. Ana whisper, but amesema size 8. Now, if you think about it, what is size 8 known for? Gospel music. Did she go to a school to study gospel music? It's a talent. What else does she do? She's an influencer. Now, one of the best paying jobs right now is being an influencer. Have they gone to any campus and studied how to be an influencer? They are making use of their gifts, their mouths, their talents, their giftings, and right now it's one of the best paying professions, being an influencer and just doing your talents. That's why today I want to challenge you. That's why I was asking, what are you doing since you finished Form 4? Because some of us just need to discover our talents. I don't know how I have to move the slides from, maybe you can go to the next slide so that we proceed. It's being operated from up or down? Up, eh? Okay. Oh, I just say next. All right. I'm hoping that by the time we come out of this place, we are going to discuss those things that I've put there. What are the challenges that are facing the youth today? What are the proposed solutions? Because once you identify a challenge, you must discuss on the solution. We are here to come out with solutions. And then personal branding, we shall get to know what that is. How to communicate your brand, how to maintain your brand, and then we shall do question and answer. We can go to the next slide. So maybe put it back to the previous slide kindly so that we discuss this slide a bit. Let's hear. What do you think are the biggest challenges facing the youth today? The youth is you. You form part of the yes. And kindly give me your name so that I don't call you yes. So I know Newton. I know Rose. I'm doing well. I know the camera guy. Alex. Yes. And your name? Michael. Michael, what do you think are top 10? Let's even say top 10. One of the biggest challenges facing the youth today. Sorry? Peer pressure. Very true. Another one? Your name? John. Lack of support from? Yes, lack of support. Another one? Think about yourself. You don't even have to think about your neighbor. Just think about yourself because you're in that bracket. What do you think are the top challenges that you're facing today? I expected Newton to say something because he had already said. Challenge yako ni gani? Kukua social media. Kutaka kukua but hauko. Okay. And the reason you're not on social media is probably because of the resources, like a smartphone, internet, bundles. Okay, what are the other challenges? Yeah? Ama nyinyi hamna challenges. Me when I was your age by now would be number 30, including being in the village. You know, if you are in Nairobi, you have opportunities surrounding you, left, right, and center. I was in a village. If I tell you about my village, you look at me and say, hiya, okay. There is light at the end of the tunnel. So what challenges do people face? Ama life ni nywe. Mko sawa? Mmeomoka. Aya. What are your challenges? Let me stop asking the youth. Let me ask, what are your challenges today? What challenges are you facing today? Kusota, si ndio? Because hakuna, maybe you're saying hakuna opportunities, or those opportunities are not forthcoming. addiction to drugs. I'm wondering why people are not starting with that one, and it's all over. Right now, you know a few people right now who are addicted to drugs, to alcohol, to smoking. Why are you not talking? I'm hamtaki kukua real because we are in church. Can we be as real as possible? This is life, eh? And even if you don't talk about it, by the time you hit that door, it will fit you. So you better talk about it. What are the other challenges? This side, hakuna challenges. Side, dear guests. What challenges are you facing? Yeah? Lack of confidence. Thank you. Thank you. And by the end of today, we are not going to be taking lack of confidence. Kuna watu naona nikiwaangalia wana face chini. Now, I've already told you I'm a HR person. Meaning, how you present to yourself to me today is an interview for a job. So if I'm looking at you and asking you a question, then you face down, what do you think I'm taking of you? Hata nikisikia kesho tunataka intern, do you think I'll call you? If I'm coming to you like this, unafunga macho, unafanya hivi. People still do that. Mnachora chini hivi. You know, you're in a job interview right here. And this is what we are learning today. The moment I came here, I introduced myself. I'm a HR person. I work in the HR industry. To me, if I was seated on that side, ningekuwa nishaona huyo nampea CV na nitamwambia what I can do, nitamwambia strengths zangu, akisikia job aniite. So akiuliza swali, niko number 1, so that akitoka hapa nikumbuke. So I have some people naenda kwao, wanani block, wanafunga chini. Do you know I'll leave this place without even knowing their name? Wanani blue tick. They are not responding. So I want you to work on your confidence. It's the number 1 thing that is going to sell you out there. Inaitwa kujiamini. I believe the reason I am here today, and we are going to talk about, is because I make noise about myself. I tell people what I do. I go anywhere I go for the first time, I will not live there without telling those people what I do. And once I am done telling them, I will go and post them on my social media pages. It's called making a lot of noise. Ni kujiamini. And when you do that, other people believe in you. If you don't believe in yourself, nobody is going to believe in you. So, sorry. Okay. Okay. Thank you for that, so that we know how we are going to use our time. So right now it's about 11. It's 11:45. Okay, so muonge ndio tusonge haraka, si ndio? So that we achieve what we want to achieve today. Let me ask again, what challenges are you people facing today? I'm not asking about your neighbor, I'm asking about the youth, and you're one of the youth. So what challenges are you facing today? Lack of motivation. What else? Lack of motivation. What else? Iseme tu venye unaisikia. Don't give it a very beautiful name. What is that? Unemployment, yeah. Anyone else has anything to add? We've said drug addiction, lack of employment. Sema hiyo. Just say it the way she has said it. Yes, restrictions, strict parents. I was wondering, that's what I'm asking you people. Kwani, you guys are in a different world. Ama the challenges have stopped. See, there are times you want to do something and your mother is there saying, don't do. Then you want to ask her, Aki, lakini what's your problem, ma'am? I have a 9-year-old and he's always, I tell him to do something and he's like, why not? Why can't I? And you have to have reasons. So I'm wondering why you people are not saying issues from parents. The reason he's asking that is because to him, he thinks it's okay. So unless you clarify to him why it's not okay, he will. And he's asking with all honesty, by the way. You tell him, put off that TV. He's like, why? So you have to explain why he has to put off that TV. And it's a new generation. So, we ungepewa coffee. Ukaongea na uko nje. So those are the generations you're having to deal with. But we have your generation is called Generation Z. Generation Z is one that is asking why for everything. You tell them, come for this seminar, they say why? And I don't know whether the organizers of this, did you have those questions? You ask people, please come. There's someone coming to talk to you, then you ask why? About what? You're always asking why. We call it a generation of why. They come to the office, you tell them the way you're dressed You cannot come and work in the office dressed the way they are. And they ask you why. Meanwhile, their hair is not combed, they are in torn jeans and a t-shirt. And then you tell them, no, you need to come looking smart. They ask you why. In fact, they ask me, Grace, explain to me, what is the correlation between my work and my dressing? Just explain to me. How is my dressing affecting my work? So that's the generation we are in. So you can now open the next slide so that we discuss some of the challenges that have come through. So we can go to the next slide. So the challenges that you've mentioned are not unique to you. We did a research of the challenges facing the young people today, globally. If we were to start with globally, lack of employment, you have mentioned it. Failure to succeed in education system. Some of you will say, I didn't pass. Ile shule nilipelekwa. Are there people who are blaming on the school they went to? You think it's the school which was the problem? Ati kama wangenipeleka Alliance. By the way, ni venye tu they didn't take me to Alliance. Ama starehe. I would have gotten an A. Because you think there is a better education system there. Then, issues related to body image. I don't know why ladies you didn't mention. Some of you want sijui. Have you seen the people who are paying a lot of money to go be added some parts and to reduce others? Have you seen that? Have you seen people who are trying to be light? And they are using a lot, they are even stealing your parents' money to go and become light. And then when they become light, they realize there is another contest called Black Beauty, where Africans are shining internationally because of being dark. Now they want to turn back to black. It's an interesting conversation, but you must accept yourself the way God created you, because you're created in the image of God. Accept yourself the way you are, and God had a reason why He created you the way you are. Then family problems, you have said them. Parents always restricting you from doing things in the house, things you think you should be doing. At times, some of you, I don't know, but where I come from and friends I have parents who are always fighting. Have you heard of such? Parents wameachana. Your siblings don't listen to your parents. So your house has become the one of shouting. People are always fighting, or a shoe is flying from one side to the other, and that affects you psychologically. Then there is substance abuse, as she said. Remind me your name. Flo? Yvonne. Yeah, substance abuse right now is very high. Right now, if I ask you if you know somebody who smokes bangs, you know. Someone who takes weed, do you know? Musiseme wajakoya. No, that one we all know. I'm talking about the youth. Do you know a friend right now who is already taking alcohol? Yeah? Do you know a friend who is, okay, maybe keep looking at me, they won't know it's you. Just keep looking at me. Do you know a friend right now who is smoking? Do you know somebody right now who is doing drugs? Those are some of the things that are affecting the youth globally. And if you come to Kenya, this is a research, if you come to Kenya, you see it can tie. The issues facing the youth globally and Kenya are the same. So the same problems you're facing here are the same problems somebody in Canada, States, likely to be facing of your age. So it's not unique to you. Lack of employment, empowerment and participation, as you're saying, you know, you'd want to be more empowered. You feel like right now if you had a smartphone with bundles, you'd be better, yeah? Then health issues, and you'll find like right now some people will, when you do substance abuse, what happens to you? How do those people look like? Ukiwaangalia tu wanakaaje? Kuchoka tu. And what do you think they are doing to their organs? Or now, I don't want to be a doctor, but those people who take alcohol, do you know what you're doing to the kidneys? So what will happen many years from now? Newton anajua, be real like Newton. So crime and drugs. So you can see what you're facing in Kenya is not unique to you. It's happening globally. But we are not here to dwell on the challenges. We are here to dwell on solutions. Tell your neighbor solutions. So what are the solutions? Because solutions are sitting here. And before we go to that slide, let's hear what are some of the solutions, for example, that you think we can have on lack of employment. And I said one, what are your talents? Newton has already said he's a dancer. Someone else said dancing. Is it you? Your name? What are you doing with your gift? Please give her a mic. We need to hear what she's doing with her gift.
we are with Newton. We have a crew. So like
You have
a dancing crew.
Awesome.
So like every day we meet at the conference hall and practice so that we can present on Sunday.
Can you clap for them? So they have a group. You're dancing. You present in church. That's a talent right there. So you need to take it also to the world. You know, and we are going to discuss how your personal branding helps you package yourself for the world. And I know you're going far. Another talent? What else? What are the other talents? Are we all waiting to go to college so that, yes?
Drawing. Yeah.
Sorry?
Artist.
You're an artist?
Yeah.
You draw?
Yeah.
What are you drawing right now?
Or graffiti
Do you have some work?
at home.
Or how are you marketing yourself? Not yet. Because you're also saying smartphone bado, upige picha, uweke mahali. Ni smartphone. Leo naona hata tutaombea simu.
Smartphone uko nayo. Smartphone uko nayo.
Smartphone uko nayo?
Yeah.
So shida ni bundles.
Si bundles, marketing.
Umezipiga picha? Kwa nini?
Ziko tu hapo.
Smartphone iko na picha, iko na kamera?
Yeah.
Kwa nini hujapiga?
Okay, mimi uchora for fun.
You don't money. Una draw for fun?
Yeah.
Hautaki kuleta do? Hautaki do? But how come when we asked what you're doing, you said nothing?
Okay. Sikuwa nimefikiria at first.
Yeah. Yani you said nothing and you have drawings in the house?
Yeah.
Uko kwa Facebook?
Yeah.
Umezipost uko? Yeah. What should we tell him? Tutamwambia aje? Ati tumwambia aje? Abarikiwe tu. So you have been sitting with paintings in your house? Hata ujeka kwa Facebook? So we are going to his page today, si ndio? As he posts, then we share them and tag a friend mpaka aziuze, na ukinunua utukumbuke, uzikinunuliwa utukumbuke. Aya, good clap for him. What else are you doing? What are you doing? He's giving you a mic, so there must be something you're doing.
Kuna.
I've realized when you wanasema hakuna, kuna kitu anafanya. So tell us, even him, he had forgotten that he has drawn.
Nafanya dance.
Newton akakuthrow out ama? You joined them, they threw you out. Can you adopt him to your dance group? You're the one who threw him out. What are the other talents we have here? What are the other talents? Alex, what are your talents? Alex, what are your talents?
Hadi mimi kuchora.
Mtu wa kuchora? Umechora? Ziko wapi? Mtaani wapi? So umezipiga picha ama mtu akuji kwa mtaa atajuaje unachora? Uko na smartphone? Iko na kamera? Kwa nini hujapiga picha? Uko Facebook? Uko Instagram? Uko Instagram na hujaweka? Haujaweka kwa Instagram? You know, these people are sitting on opportunities. I'm even wondering why you people have started by saying lack of opportunities. These people are sitting on talents. What are the other talents inside here? And then when I said, after Form 4, what have you been doing? You're telling me nothing. You're waiting for opportunities. What opportunities? And they're in the house. What are your talents? What are the other talents?
Dancing.
Your name, please. These people are saying you have a great talent.
Yeah.
Which one?
Lois, my talent, dancing, in the same crew.
How are you people marketing yourselves? Like tukienda kwa page ya Kariobangi South, kuna kitu mnaekanga huko. You said you dance in you're in YouTube. Umeka YouTube? And Instagram. Do these people know? Mnawafollow? Imagine, hamjata mjawaambia, surely, how are you networking yourself? How will we follow if you don't tell us mko Instagram? So mtawatag kwa, anaitwa Moya David. Yeah? Moya David. Can you go and follow him also and get a few tips? Can we clap for them if they're on Instagram? For real, wako YouTube. Umewaona? Sorry? Yeah, church. That's what you're referring to. I thought wako na yao ati tukiwa search tutawapata. Wako YouTube, it's okay. Wako YouTube. So why not open yours? Newton, why can't you guys open your own YouTube channel?
Tulikuwa na hiyo idea. Tulikuwa na hiyo idea.
Hataki Mike. Mlikuwa na hiyo idea ikadai. Then what happened?
We are still working on it.
When do you think you'll be done? What support do you need? You'll be surprised the support is here. You heard Willie is a digital content creator.
Now we are working on placing our videos there.
Okay. So mmekuwa mkizirecord?
Yeah.
So mmeziweka tu, you're waiting to upload?
Yeah.
Yeah, sawa. You see, by end of day, I'm sure you'll have uploaded too. When they upload, can you like them? Can you share? Can you subscribe? Are you going to subscribe? So what are the other talents that are sitting here? You're smiling. You've been smiling. What's your name? Yeah, Joe. John? What are your talents? To draw. Hivi ni wachoraji? These Ron ya watu. Where are the drawings? You're good in drawing, but you haven't taken photos. Nobody. Did you all know that he can draw? Who knew that John can draw? Here? Nobody knows that John draws. Umezipiga picha? Uko na simu? Iko na kamera? Hey, you people, I don't even have words for you. So can we agree number one is not a problem here? Ni nyinyi mnakataa. You have opportunities, ni nyinyi mnakataa. Are you going to rethink about your talents? Or who doesn't know their talent? Who is struggling to get their talent? Tutaonana after this. We continue this presentation, then we'll see what your talents are. So what I want to tell you is that all these have solutions. Let's go to the next slide, please. What do you think? We are at solutions, actually, and one of them is the Word of God. I'm so happy that you people are in church today, because what does church do? It gives you hope. Every time you come to church and the pastor is preaching, gives you a word that gives you hope and tells you that God is with you. There is a reason God created you. Before you were formed in your mother's womb, God knew you. See, those are words of hope. Every day when you wake up, God sends you a word to tell you that I am with you through this journey. You're not alone. That is a very good solution to the Word of God. We have discussed about your gifts and your talents, and I have sampled a few to just show you that you're sitting on talents, which are your opportunities, and you do not have to wait for anybody to come and offer you or to keep tamarking for a job when you carry the talent. Because most of those people you're going to ask to employ you in those organizations, they open them out of their talents and their gifts. So you can be the next employer. You know, Newton, my eyes will be on you to confirm that you guys have continued with your dance. It's somewhere on the YouTube. The people of this room. Those are your talents. Don't underestimate drawing right now, because that could take you places. Do you know how much some of these paintings cost that you see hang in offices? 250,000. John, sahi nikakupatia 250,000, utafanya aje? Hata ujui, because hujafikiria. And if I tell you that 250,000 is in your house, iko kwa nyumba sahi, uliacha kama umeifungia. Can you stop sitting on your talents? Those drawings are, really, am I lying? How much are those office drawings? Even they are drawings for $500,000. So, and John, you said you're very good in drawing. Your own words, you said you're very good in drawing. So you already believe in yourself. Can you tell the world about it? Have you seen people who draw portraits of, for example, the president? And then they just put on Facebook, who can help me reach so and so, I get this portrait to them for free. And that becomes the end of them ever marketing themselves. Because they went out of their way, drew a prominent person, tried to get the drawing to a prominent person, the prominent person liked it, Everybody else wanted to know who drew this drawing, and that becomes their breakthrough. So John, I am going to challenge you today. John, the two Johns, can you take photos of your work? Can you let the world know what you're doing? And mkipata biashara, muniletee commission, because nimewachanua. Sindio? 250,000 meacha kwa nyumba. Sindio? So please do not sit on your, ati Newton namwambia nini? Now you want to be his friend. Amechanuliwa. What a nyinyi, by the way. Dance right now is doing very well. So I'm going to put my eyes on you and see how far you go. So we have agreed we are going to think about our gifts and our talents. And once you know what it is, can you start doing something about it? The ladies, some of you are super talented in makeup. You don't even need to go to any school. You already know how to do makeup. Wengine wanajua kupika. How many ladies here already know they love cooking? What do you love to do? You smiled. Fashion. Some of you are super gifted in fashion. So don't sit on that talent. Start doing about. Some of you can do hair amazingly well, you know. Right now, most of the people who are making money are the ones who can fix wigs. Can you imagine? Because the wigs, everybody is wearing a wig. Those wigs are expensive, so some are making them. And I learned that there is a wig for 150. Can you imagine? Yes. So, munalalia talents, and that is where money is. Now, I want to talk about being street smart, people smart, and street smart, people smart, and smart, book smart. Book smart is the one that you are in school. Nimesikia umemaliza form 4, so you are working on your papers. Na please mmalize shule, si ndio? Hakuna kwenda tukiacha. If you get an opportunity to go to school and finish. That means you're trying to be book smart. You know, you are looking for the papers, and they are very, very important in this world. I also want you to be people smart. What do I mean about to be people smart? I want you to work on how you relate with people, how you talk to people, how you interact with people. Do you know some people who, every time you interact with them, unatoka hapa umechoka? Either they are rude, they just leave you with negative energy. Do you have such friends? Or you can't have a conversation with them for more than 5 minutes because either they are very proud, they'll only be talking about me, myself, and I. They won't even give you an opportunity to talk about yourself. Every time you sit with them, they'll either poke you for something that, you know, say nawe unakuanga aje, si hata ujaribu, as in they'll always see the negative in you. They leave you feeling drained. And when they talk to people, they are rude. They don't know the right words to use on people. They are not people smart. This world, if you have to succeed, I want you to be people smart. Be super careful how you interact with the person seated next to you. Never underestimate anybody. Never look down on anybody, because seated next to you right now might just be the next millionaire. John, sema amen. Yeah, treat him well. Right now, kesho anaweza omoka. Right now ameketi tu hapo, but mpaka umestraighten up vizuri. What I'm saying, you don't know what your neighbor is going to become tomorrow, and you're not respecting them because of what they'll become tomorrow. You're respecting them for the person that they are already. You know, treat everybody with respect. Don't disregard everybody. Communicate with everybody with respect, with etiquette. Say thank you. You know, appreciate everybody. When somebody says something, say thank you. If you step on somebody, if you offend somebody, say sorry. You know, those small magic words, they will take you far. And I'm telling you that because of even in the office, what I see in the office setup. Most of the people that get promoted very fast are not the people who have the best papers. Having the papers will get you the job. But staying in that job and getting promoted, most of the time, has nothing to do with your papers. It has to do with how you network with people in that office, how you relate with people in that office, how you leave people feeling in that office after they've interacted with you. Even as you're getting promoted, some of the best skills some of the top skills we look for is people skills. How do you talk to people? How do you relate with people? Are you somebody who can lead people? Ama ukipatiwa cheo kidogo hivyo, everybody oxygen unawakatia. They will not breathe. They will know you're the boss in that office. So I want you to be people smart. And that is why when I was talking to you, I told you, if I come to you asking a question, look at me. Don't look down. See, I'm the one who is talking to you. Yeah, look at me with confidence and let's engage. I should not come talk to you and then you face down. Because in this world, kujiamini is number one. Then once you jiamini, everyone else anakuamini. But if you don't believe in yourself, even in the way you walk, the way you talk, the way you look, people will not believe in you. There is the one which is called street smart. Who has an idea of what being street smart is? Who has a rough idea of what being street smart is? Rough idea. Yes, Newton. You? How? Yeah, clap for Newton. He's very close. Street smart is you know what is happening around the world that you're in at any one time. If I ask you right now, what is happening in politics? Do you know? This is a political year. What is trending right now in politics? Ati? Wajakoya, okay. The fifth, yes. Now everything hashtag the fifth. What else? Sakaja, you know, those are the things that are trending. What else is trending? Baba na mama. You must be on top of things in terms of what is trending. Now, bringing it home, you must know what is trending in areas of that interest you or things that you love, things that you're talented in. Right now, Newton, I need you to know who are the top dancers. Kenya and globally. Mnawajua? Ni akina nani? Hata siwajui. Ajib na nani? Who Gadhoni? Ajib? So you're following them. Mnawa follow. You can see what they are doing. You're learning from them. And locally, ama Ajib ni local? Internationally? Where? Good. So at least these ones are street smart. In their area, they are good. John, have you known artists, people who draw? Locally, do you know an artist? Why haven't you known an artist? And that's your area of interest. So can we challenge John? Do you know any person an artist who draws in Kenya? Will you go and research? And will you make sure you follow them? If they have an event, can you attend? Make sure you follow them because they have events. At times they just do events, lunch, they call it a lunch, and they invite people to look at their drawings. I need you to start attending such so that you interact with them and get to know what the job market for those drawings looks like. So your assignment to you is go look for them, follow them on their social media pages, attend their events. If you can get one of them to mentor you, you'll be surprised how far. Next year, time like now, utanikumbuka. If you do that, yeah? You have a contribution to make.
Thank you. On that drawing, in media they call it caricature or something. Yeah. So what happens? You're given a contract by a media house. So your work is to think and put that in a drawing. For example, yesterday's headline on The Nation was who digitally. Okay, the headline was Sakaja's downfall. The fall of Sakaja. I think it was because they were trying to figure out how, maybe he has slipped through his. So what they did is that they didn't do the normal editorial piece, the long one. They got their guy who draws, the artist, to get a drawing of Sakaja sleeping on a banana peel and then falling on his back so that it could knee. So every day, if you check your newspaper, there is a drawing relating to one of the biggest topics of the day. So kazi ya artist akiingia kwa ofisi inakuanga, anaenda kwa ofisi ya editor, na meeting ya editorial meeting in the morning, wanasema what is the biggest story? Anaambiwa kazi yako ni kushikanisha story ya Hustler Nation na kiosks na mama. You make that story and present three graphical images by Gioni. It is going to run on tomorrow's newspaper. Are you seeing the creativity there? That is why I've thought of coming in because you have talked about knowing what is around you. You can't be ignorant. You have to every day know what is happening. If today you were to think about, it's called timeliness. In communication, there is something called timeliness. Timeliness means what is happening now. So you have to know, if you're making your drawings, if you're dancing, because you have to script. See, normally you script what you're dancing for. What are you? Is it something that people can relate to? Is it timely? Is it something recent? Is it what we are talking about? So that is what I was talking about. So actually, in terms of bright future and creativity, it really comes in and it pays. But you have to have a plan, which is what Grace is talking about. And you have to know what it relates to around you. That was my humble contribution.
Okay, let's appreciate Wilson. So Wilson did not tell you he's a journalist. He has worked in the media stations, and anybody who has an interest in media and communication, you might want to have his number, and if you can't have his number, you might want to follow him on his social media platforms and follow him and learn a few things from him. You learn by networking, just network. There are some things, our time, we had to learn everything from books. I'm a bit old, by the way. When I say our time, mimi mzee. Most of the information was in books, and if you can't get it in the textbooks, you go to a library. You people right now, at the click of a button on your phone, you have everything you want to know. I mean, some people don't even have to go to school. They are studying courses on the phone. You're so advantaged. So let's today challenge ourselves that what is that course you've been wanting to take for so long? Na school fees haikuji. Don't wait for it. Start looking for it online. Sindio? So I want us to go to personal branding. If you can, we can go to the next slide, which is another solution to some of the challenges that we are facing today. And when I talk about personal branding, I want to bring it home. Personal branding is about, and one of the questions that we'll answer on personal branding is the process of how we market ourselves and telling people, who are you? So many people are dancing. Why should we invite you to our event and not them? There are so many people who are drawing. Why should I go for your drawing and not any other? There are so many other people outside there who are plaiting hair. Why will you move from Kariobangi South, go to Thika Road to a certain salon because there is a lady there who does your hair nicely? Kuna mafundi wengi where you stay, but when you want a dress, you cross roads all the way to town to a certain fundi because you love their work. It is because people have mastered what they do and they do it perfectly well, better than anyone else. Personal branding is answering the question, why you? In whatever area you're doing, why should anybody come to you and not the other person? Because you realize right now, I don't know what you want to do. Some of you want to be accountants. Some of you maybe want to be lawyers. Others want to be dancers. Others want to be artists. So what will make people come for you and not go for the next person? What will make somebody employ you and not go for the other accountant? Today we have so many CPAs in town, BComs in town. Law, people have studied law, they don't have jobs. Why is it that some lawyers are doing so well, while people who have studied law are still tamaking? Some people who have studied law were in the same class with those ones who are doing well, but they're still tamaking. Personal branding, answering the question, who are you? And that's what I was telling you about myself, and that I make a lot of noise about myself. Whatever I do, I try to make a lot of noise about myself. Package myself. Of course, before you make noise about yourself, you have to package yourself so that when you make the noise, people can confirm, and yeah, you do it well. So if you go to the next slide, even as I tell you my personal story, which is, I hope is going to encourage you, please go back to the slide that had the magazine, the cover magazine. Is it the next one? Yes, that one. So that is yours truly. And I don't know, my name is not there, but that's me. See, at least you can confirm with the face, when the hair. Do I look like it's me? Anyway, so this is my story. When I finished school like yourself, all I knew is that I loved to look good. Either you love looking good, you love clothes, as in you just love looking good and seeing other people looking good. But of course, when I finished school, I was told that IT, that time, is one that was selling. Ukifanya IT, hautakosa job. So what I did is, okay, I obeyed. I went to school to study IT. So I started at Strathmore, then I went to Jomo Kenyatta University, did a degree in IT, and then I was told, you need now to work, you need to be employed. That time the conversation of self-employment, talents and giftings was not so big. So you need to be employed, which I did, and I managed to get myself a job. And one of the jobs that I got, I remember, I like to give this story so that you learn, because you're preparing yourself for the job market. I was very young. I was still in school. I hadn't finished school. But I was determined. I don't know how many of you are really determined to become something. You know, when you're seated in the house, you really are determined to be something. So I was super determined. Is that clock working? What's the time on your clock? It is 12 already. Wow, okay, all right. So anyway, the first interview I ever went for a job, we were about 80 of us, 80. I was in school. I hadn't finished school. And this job was in one of what they call the Big Four. Big Four accounting firms. Who knows the Big Four accounting firms? Who knows them? Go research the Big Four accounting firms in Kenya. So we were 80 of us, and the job opportunity is 1, which meant 79 were going to get a regret. So when we showed up, then we were 80 of us. I was like, way hapa, I don't know, it's going to go, but I looked the youngest. I was really young. I think I was 18 or 19. No, maybe I was 20, because I had started college. They did the first round of interviews. Second round of interviews, when we went, we were about 50. I was called. So 30 had gone off. I was among the 50. They called us for that interview. We were about 20. I was still in the list. They called us for another interview. We were 5. I was in the list. And then I think in the process, they shortlisted when we were left 3. So on the day of the interview, they called us on Friday at around 12 noon. And they said, we want you to come to our offices today at 2 p.m. Those days, the roads used to have a lot of traffic, which meant the way I looked that Friday is the way I needed to go to that office. But the reason I'm telling you this story is because I got the job. From 80 people, looking the youngest, and people who looked like wamesoma and they know their thing, I got the job. And when I got the job, they told me that they were surprised that a young girl like me can come dressed that smart. They were not relating my age, my look, and my dressing. And when I went to the interview, I was so confident. They could not imagine that at my age, I was that confident and that smart. They were so impressed. And so they decided to give me, as a young person, the job. Why am I telling you that story? Because from today, I want you to be very confident in what you do. If you're called for a meeting, if you're talking to anybody, be confident. And that is something you work on. Don't shy away. Don't talk like you're fearing. And then anytime you're called somewhere, you're looking for an opportunity, dress the way you want to be addressed. Go looking very smart, because you never know, that might be the only opportunity you have to break through. So the reason I appeared on that paper, all this I'm telling you is so that you understand what personal branding is. How did I appear on a cover magazine? So after I left the Big Four, I didn't like the job in the Big Four. It was too stressing. You work a lot, you travel a lot. It's very disorienting, and I was starting a family, so I didn't think it was the best job for me. So I went to become a personal assistant. And whatever you do, I want to challenge you to give it your best. Every single thing you get your hands to do, I want you to do it to your best. And not just for you, but also so that God may be glorified through you. So when I got a job as a personal assistant, I did that job for some years. And then there came some awards that were called the African PA Awards. African PA Awards were running in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. And organizations were told to nominate personal assistants that they think are doing an amazing job in the offices that they work. And I was nominated. I got a call and I was told that, Grace, you've been nominated by several people for this particular award. And we were top 3. I became number 2 eventually. Number 1 is from Uganda. The person from Uganda won. I was number 2 in Kenya. At least muni clap here. I tried. And of course, I featured in a magazine. I featured in a magazine and I was given an award and many other things that came with that. And I decided that I must make use of the talents that God has given me, because if you ask people, what is it that Grace is known for? I went asking, where was I nominated? And people told me, Grace, you serve people with so much excellence. You carry yourself with so much excellence. You dress so well. You talk to people so well. You do your work so well. Your work is so smart. And I decided I'm not going to sit on that gift. I'm going to help others. And that is why I'm here. To help you package yourself so well, look so nice, and it doesn't take money. Don't confuse those two. Looking good does not mean you have money, because we confuse that. Most of this, you don't need 1,000 shillings or 20,000 shillings to look good. At times, you just need to put the right piece of outfits together, and those outfits can be anywhere, including Gekomba. They don't have to be in a shopping mall somewhere in Westlands town. They can be in Gekomba. You just need to buy them, iron them nicely, and match your clothes nicely. So don't confuse those two. And that is how my journey to helping people become better and present themselves better to the world began. And I changed my job to human resource, because I was told you have a gift in bringing people up, developing people, guiding people in their careers, helping people become better as even in their job markets. And that is why I changed my job to what I am today, a HR advisor with an insurance firm called AR Insurance. And my title is HR Advisor Talent Management, because I am charged with receiving talent like you. I take you through an interview. So first of all, I'll go outside there, look for the talent. The company probably has a vacancy of, let's say, an IT person. So I will look for the talent on LinkedIn. How many of you know LinkedIn? How many have heard of LinkedIn? You only know Facebook and Instagram. There is another professional page called LinkedIn. So we go there, or we place an advert on the paper, we get people, we interview them, we bring them into the company, we grow them, and we make sure that you don't leave the company the same way you came. And as you're working for us, of course, we make sure that you're growing, you're getting promoted. If you're not working well, you also go home. The opposite of being promoted is you're demoted or you go. So all that is in my docket, and that is how I am today. But the reason I'm telling you that story is not so that you know what I'm doing, so much so, but so that I encourage you on what your talents can do and where they can take you today. So today, the reason I'm probably and as Willie has mentioned, called to various functions, various groups to talk to them, is to encourage them on their journey to build their brands. I am proud of where I am right now with my brand, because if you can ask somebody, do you know somebody who talks to people about image and they tell you Grace? See, that means I've made a bit of noise about myself. Somebody somewhere knows about me, and I want to encourage you today to open up and discover your talents, work on them, don't sit on them. The reason I'm all over is, I told you I did a degree in IT. Nobody has ever called me, even one, because of my IT background. Nobody, even in my CV, in fact, people listen to my CV, they're like, you did IT. But that is where I invested a lot of years in. But what is making me come alive and probably travel the way I travel and meet so many people is not because of IT. It is because I decided not to sit on my talent. And today I want to challenge you, don't wait. I know you're going to go to campus. I know you're going to go to college. I know you'll do all those courses. But as they come, can you continue nurturing your talent? And once you nurture them, let the world know about what you're doing. And that's why we've challenged the dancers, we've challenged the artists, because that's personal branding. Telling the world what you know and packaging yourself as an artist. I need you to go Google how artists and dancers are presenting themselves. The people who, I'll refer to them because they've shared with us their talents. But even you, in your area of talent, go and find out, how do they behave? How do they dress? How do they look like? And start packaging yourself in a way that you'll be recognized as such a person. So I'm going to jump a few slides so that we proceed. Please go to the next slide. We have talked about that. We can go to the next one. We have said, so here, I want you to be very careful about how you talk to people. All always address your brand. How you think, because we all know that our thoughts translate to our actions. You know that? That most of the time what you're doing is a result of what you're thinking. So start working on what you're thinking. If you think that I can be the next great artist in this country, you will become. If you think that you can be the next best dancer in this country, you will become. If you think that you'll be the next pastor of this church, you can become. If you think that you can be the best renowned artist, a lawyer, what are the other professions, accountants, any profession you think about, whatever you perceive in your mind that you can become, it is possible. So start feeding your mind with the right information and words of hope and encouragement to yourself. What do you write? I want to go to you. If I went to your Facebook, how many people are on Facebook today? Raise your hand nicely. If I go to your Facebook page right now, what will I find there? Is it good content? It's not good content. Nothing. You've not posted anything. Why do you have a page? Ama unaanza. You want to discover what to post. When you start posting, please post things that you will be proud of 10 years from today. You know, internet does not forget. Whatever you post today will pop up 10 years from now, 20 years from now, and you don't want it to cost you a job, because today when we are hiring, we are going to your Facebook pages to see what sort of content that you're posting there. Well, how you respond to people. I'm sure we all know people who are very rude and others who are very courteous. Choose to be the one who is courteous. You know, how do you interact with people? Do you leave them feeling better about you? And of course, when you go to social media, make sure that you're projecting the right image. We can go to the next slide. Now, I will not dwell on this because I've already spoken to it. I want you to, and it's an assignment I'll give you, and I trust God to give me another opportunity so that we pick it up from here. I want you to go and discover what your brand is. Go ask a few people around you what they know you for. Some of you, the reason you don't know your talents yet, or some of you don't know your talents yet, go ask your friend, what do you think I'm good at? Ask the people you stay in the house. Ask the people who you went to school with. Ask people who have grown up with you, what do you think I'm good at? And you might just discover what your talents are and the solutions that you carry, you know. I've heard you're dancing for church. You know, that's a big thing that you're doing, and that is part of your gifts. How do people describe you? Today, if I ask your neighbor what they know you for and how they describe you, what will they say? We can experiment you with one. Yeah? What do you people know Newton for? How many people know Newton? Besides dancing, what do you know Newton for? Kitu ingine? Cartoonish, eh? So he should also try comedy. Newton, do you want to try comedy? Huh? You're the life of the party. What else do you know Newton for? Eh? Jokes. Eh? Confidence. That's a good thing, Newton. What else do you know Newton for? Newton, people know you for dancing, they know you for comedy, they know you for confidence. Those are very good things. Do something about it. Let those things bring you money. Let them make you shine. Make noise about yourself. You see, they're appreciating your confidence. It's a good thing. And what are the 3 compliments people make about you? Newton, people have said you're confident. What else? What are the other 2 compliments you can give Newton? Since amejitolea. What else? Whisper kwa nini? Amtaki ajue. Make his day today. He's confident. What else? He sticks to, let's clap for Newton. Hey, Newton. He sticks to what is right. Another one, a last one. A last one for Newton. Let's give Newton another one. Another one. Let's make his day. Another compliment. Newton, you're confident, you stick to what is right. What else? He guides. Anasaidia watu. Hey, Newton. MCA. MCA. Ava, what do you want? Newton, besides dancing, what else do you want to be? Writing music. Wow. Now at this rate, even before you write the music, what else? Atupatie kabit. We are going to close with you, Newton, your song. And we will be watching you to write a song. So, and we shall listen to you here. So moving on to, and then I think we've addressed some of the compliments and what people think you do very well. So we can go to the next slide. Sawa. So I want you to, maybe I will not overemphasize on this, but I want you to know that anytime you go into a room, within the first 10 seconds, people have made 90% assumption about you. Like when I came into this room, there are some people, just the first interactions I made, and I concluded that those people are very shy. Like even if I had an opportunity for the youth somewhere, I would not call them. They are not confident because of how they presented themselves within the first 10 seconds of me looking at them without even them explaining anything to them. Why have I been emphasizing on Newton the entire class? He's engaging. He looks like somebody who is very confident in what he's doing. So guess what I'll carry from this session? The one name that I'll remember from this session? Guess if an opportunity comes, who I'll remember? And if it's not Newton, who else will I remember? Thank you. You have the answers. In this particular conference, if I hear of an opportunity outside there, I will either remember Newton, John, or John. Why? They stood out for me. In one or the other, the way they've packaged themselves, the way they've presented themselves in this session has stood out for me. So every time you go somewhere, ask yourself, how am I packaging myself? How are people perceiving me? Because nobody will give you they may not give you a mic to talk, but they are watching you. So that's my takeout for that slide. Let's go to the next slide. And it's going to help you. This is all we've been talking about. It will help you with your career, and when you get the job, you will get promoted. You may never have to look for a job if you continue. Newton, if you continue like that, you may never have to look for a job. People will be looking for you. Say amen. Continue networking. This is a networking opportunity. Continue, and I've told you, with your talents, go and Google people who are within your area of expertise. Attend their events for free. You know, most of those events are for free. Go there, meet people who are doing what you enjoy, what you're looking up to, and make networks. Be confident. I think I've mentioned confidence so many times in this session. If you don't remember anything else from this session, remember your confidence. Work on your confidence. Let's go to the next slide. Before we will not go into the disadvantages, because I have just demonstrated. While I live here knowing Newton and John, I have left here knowing some people, I don't know their name, but I know they are shy. That's a disadvantage. So they are always, everything that has an advantage has a disadvantage, and that is it. So they are disadvantaged because I will not mention their name wherever I go. I'll not remember them. Let's go to the next slide. So I want you to read very fast. We are going to come, when we are wrapping up, about why communication is important. Let's go to the other slides. I'll tell you which one. Just go to the next one. Let's keep communication. I want us to go to the conclusion. Let's go to the conclusion. There's a slide on conclusion. Go back one step, kindly. Previous. Yes. Most of you are not on Google. Do you know Google? But now if you're not on social media, if you Google, you might not find yourself. So if you are on social media, I would challenge you to go to Google and Google yourself. And let me know what comes up. Let's go to the next slide. The next one. Yes. I want us from this session to remember, as much as I'm encouraging you to go out and know your talents, make use of your talents, go and do a career, brand yourself, be the best in that office. I also want to tell you, be ready to fail. Failure is part of life. But what do you do when you fail? You rise up, you dust yourself, pick the lessons, and continue. Do not fail and stay on the floor. I want you to fail and know that the only way to be successful is through failing. You fail, you pick the lessons, implement them, make the next mistake. So do not be afraid to fail. I want you to work on your character. A job... You will get to a job because you have talent, but only your character is going to keep you there. And that is why you will see people will be hired, and at a very fast rate, they'll be fired. You're hired, you're fired because of your character. And I want you to go to social media. If you have a smartphone, if you have a talent, go to social media, make noise about it. And you'll be surprised what the social media can open up for you. I want you to stay in God and stay with God. This journey without God, you're not going to make it. Let me just tell you, you will struggle. Just stay with God, walk with God, let Him guide every step that you make. And if you don't remember anything else from today's slide, I want you to remember the 50-30-20 rule. 50-30-20 rule is how you use your time. I don't know how you use your time, but from today I want to challenge you that 50% of your time, even in a day, in a week, in a month, make sure that 50% of your time you're spending with people that you look up to. People that can challenge you, people that mentor you, people that give you hope, people that you want to become. They are where you want to be. They are like mentors. Look for those people. Spend time with them and learn from them. 30% of your time, I want you to spend now with your peers. These people that you finish school at the same time, get to know what they are doing, challenge one another, encourage one another. And then I want you to spend 20% of your time to people who now they are looking up to you. Believe it or not, there are people who are looking up to you. There is somebody now who is in Form 1 and he's saying, wow, I can't wait to finish like so-and-so. There is somebody right now who is in primary and saying, yani, yeah, amemaliza high school, alipata fees. Yani, God has come through for her, she has finished Form 4. Even me while there, I'll finish. Those are people who are looking up to you. And why are you spending time with them? So that you encourage them. Tell them, I did it, you can do it. High school is possible. Finishing primary is possible. High school and finishing high school is possible. Encourage them. So spend 50% of your time with people you look up to, your mentors, 30 with your peers, 20 with people you are looking up to. That way you're going to give value and you're going to receive value, because life is about giving and taking. Don't be selfish. I think there is a last slide. Let's see what is next before I invite Willie to do Q&A. And the next one. Those are my social media handles, those people who are going to be on social media, those who are already on social media. You can find me on LinkedIn, you can find me on Instagram, you can find me on Facebook, I'm on Gmail, I'm on Twitter, and I'm on YouTube. Please go to YouTube, search my name, follow me, subscribe to my content, and always reach out when you need to ask a question. Willie, I want you to come and wrap it up, ask questions, tell them in summary something about communication, why it's important for them, and guide us in the Q&A.
I see. That is something that we've already learned, to appreciate people. I didn't have to come and say, hey, clap for grace. By the time nimechukua mic, I think today we've learned. Kuna mtu amesoma kitu? Yeah, put the question and answer slide, just so that it just sticks there. Just remind people. By this time, you should be either writing your question or you should be ready to ask a question. You can do both ways. You can ask verbally, or if you have a question, you can bring forward the paper. Is it? Clement has some papers that you can forward. As he distributes the papers, I want to give some nexus on where most of us are and what Grace has said. You see, we've just left maybe high school. We are thinking about what you want to do. That is the nexus now you're supposed to bring in grace content, because maybe you're thinking, what am I supposed to do? And you're not supposed to repeat the same mistakes that Grace did. Grace, you told us you had to do IT and then discover that this IT thing, what are you good at? Once you discover what you're good at, think about your courses towards that direction. That will help not waste a lot of time in the coming days. Are you able to do something? Are you a social person? Are you an arts person? Like a lot of dancers, let's continue using the arts people, like the dancers, the guys who draw. That's towards the art side. So even as you think about the courses, think about the art side. If you are that serious person, you mahesabu nini, do you love them? Do you like? Then you can go to. It will help you in choosing the courses. That means you'll be able to relate with what is coming up in your life. And it will help, one, motivate you, because when you're doing something that you like, what do? You feel motivated. If you're doing something that is boring, you feel motivated. If you're doing something that you have an interest in, that means ushaanza kujua hii area kunaendaga aje. You've already started doing your own research. What will happen when you're going to class to study something that at least you have an interest in? So that is where talent comes in, interest. When you're having fun, it is automatic. Now, as you write your question, I want to say something about where you're going, and this is college. When you're applying the 50-30-20 rule, in college, sometimes you tend to think you have a lot of time. That is where the 50-30-20 rule comes in. Start identifying people who've already finished what you've done. Some people who are already maybe working or having their own projects in what you're doing. Approach them. You remember what Eto said in her devotion? These people will never come to you. These mentors will hardly come to you. It is you who have identified the mentor. Walk to the mentor. Introduce yourself. That is where confidence, as Grace said, comes in. Mi ukinikujia sayo niambie Wilson 5 minutes. Nini. Mimi nafanyanga hivi. Because that is what most people will come. I can tell you. Mimi nakuanga nini. Hey, kwanza nitapata interest. Oh, okay, I'm so. But always start with, who are you? My name is so and so. This is what I do. This is how you can help me. Don't come and say, Grace, nimesikia we unakuwa mtu wa IT ulikuwa una. No. Approach the person, introduce yourself. That is part of communication. Show that you are confident. If you don't have confidence, nobody, I repeat, nobody will come and give you confidence. It is you. Na nyinyi ma youth mnasema kujichocha ama mnasemaje? Usipojichocha from inside, like I can do it. Mimi naweza. Hakuna mtu atakuja akwambiage kila siku anakupigia simu. Hello? By the way, ile kuchora yako unaweza chora, by the way. Wanaweza kuambia once, but it's not their responsibility to tell you every day. So it's you. If you think that your drawing is not all that, improve on it, John, you know. If you think there's a new style that you can try or you can craft around your dancing or script, wake up, try it. Because the only way you'll make it is to come, try it. Muone, by the way, hapo hivyo ijaingiana, tufanye hivi. Try it and talk to your mentors. In campus, 50, I repeat, in campus and in college, 50-30-20 inakujia. Because where you don't balance is that you will spend all the time with the peers. The guys who are on your same level. You will forget to talk, to approach. And this is where the confidence comes in. Now, watu wengi hawana confidence. Watu wengi wanakuwa too shy. Unaweza kuwa shy, but you can work on it. You can try approach. And once you approach your mentor once, it is always easier to follow up. Because mostly the mentor will tell you, come see me on Wednesday. Come see me on Saturday. So unaona inakuwa rahisi. So you just need that one confidence of identifying the person you can talk to and approaching them. From there, mtapangana, atakwambia mi huwezi nipata Monday. So you know, of course, Monday you won't go. On Wednesday you will go. So anzeni kujipanga sahi. And it will help you in future. Time wasting haitakuwa. And you've already utakuwa identify people you can work with. And communication, as I conclude, is communication is not complete when there is no feedback. Ebu fanyeni hivi. Fanyeni, nataka ka drawing. Weka arrow towards this side, arrow towards the other side. Chini ni kurudi, juu ni kwe. Chini ni kurudi, juu ni kwe. So kuenda inamaanisha I have talked to you. For example, you've approached your mentor. Umemwambia, my name is John. I love drawing and I've seen your works before. I would like you to advise me on how I can walk the journey because you've been there. You have communicated. Communication cannot be complete without you getting the feedback from your mentor. Akwambie, very nice. And sometimes don't be discouraged when some people will not find time. It depends. That one is the character part that she talked about. You'll meet different characters. Some people may be willing, some people may not be willing. That does not mean that you get discouraged. Approach someone, get feedback. In that feedback, they will tell you, this is how you do it. Or they will tell you, come see me on such a date, write it on you. Simu zenyu simko na Gmail. There is a Google Calendar in there. Make use of it. Don't trust your plan. Start planning your time actively. It is not like in a Grace's time when they had to write on knees. Now, even in your diary, if it's a physical diary, write when you're given a date on that day at 10 a.m. Don't come at 10:30. Don't come at 10:50. Don't come at 12. The exact time you've been told to go and see them. Go see them, because that is what starts creating the image that we are talking about. You communicate through your first appearance, like Grace said. Do you get now the communication part of it? Now, finally, to parents and your, like in the house. This is where a lot of people of our age, like us, are coming in. Because you don't know. The reason why you're having so many conflicts with your wazazi is because we don't know how to communicate what we want. Like ukikuja wambia, we maadhe hata sinanga viatu, hata sina koti, hata sisi unajua kesho sijui kuna bash. It may be, you may be knowing that she's in a position to provide, but how do you approach it? Hata timing is very important. Like mkiwa mekaa hivi unasema, hai maadhe, asa unajua kuna ile story. There is a way you start it. Do you know how, from bottom, hivi, you raise the debate. Improve on the debate from an introduction. Check on your parents when they are, like they've settled, not when they're having, when you wait, some of you wait for your parents are leaving, when they are at the door. This is the best example. They are at the door, ndio unamwambia, na shule, we madhe, na shule tuliambiwa tuende na. Do you get what I'm saying? Is that proper timing? What if you wait for them to come? When they are taking supper or may relax, they are ready for a conversation, then you start a conversation. You prepare them in advance. And not just for parents, anywhere you go, even in college. For your peers, when you are communicating with your peers, know the timing. You don't wait for someone when they are leaving or when they are very angry and you are arguing with them. That's when you are reminding them something. You are telling them how they can be better. We hata unakuanga mshagi sana. Unajua, when you're arguing with them is when you're thinking is the time to tell them how to improve. Do you think they'll take it positively? What if you're just relaxing in the let's assume you're in the cafeteria and say, "Bebe mimi naonaga hii profession yako. Ukifanya 1 2 3. Mimi naona hiyo umegoogle mtu fulani. Ebu follow such a person, they will tell you how between the two approaches. How do you think the person will treat you? How will they take it up? The first one in an argument, the second one in sitting in a cafeteria taking tea or whatever. The second one is likely to be taken up more positively, right? So in life, it's about that confidence and knowing how to communicate, knowing the time you need to communicate something. And at the end of the day, you'll have maximum. Okay? So I think we can have verbal question and papers. I think they have written.
What should we do to Willie? Thank you. We are learning. Appreciate. It's free. Telling someone thank you, I am sorry, appreciating them, it is totally free. It doesn't take your effort. It just teaches you to be a better person in this community. Sindio? We are going to have a session where we are going to discuss what careers you want to take. Some of you are probably in the verge of deciding what careers they want to take. Is anyone who has one question maybe before we start on that topic? Something they want to confirm, something they want to clarify before we begin on that session? Ama it was too much information overload, or you have understood everything. It could be that you've understood everything, or maybe kila kitu imekupita, or the class was too intense, or you've well understood it. Do you have somebody who has a question, clarification, a comment? Maybe we can have one person from this session, and this section tell us their takeout from the session. One thing they've learned, and not Newton, not John. Another time for someone else to shine. Na hakuna kumention mtu watu wajitolee, si ndio? Wacha we also get to hear how they talk. A volunteer. Your highlight for the session? One take out. Not John, not Newton. Newton I can see is willing to talk, but not Newton and not John. What is your, if you are not going to remember anything else from this session, what are you going to remember? What are you going to carry from this session? Confidence, good. Sorry? Personal branding. What else? This section is bigger, so we can do one more. Sorry? Believing in yourself. Awesome. Clap for the 3. We shall take 2 from here. If you don't remember anything else, what are you going to remember from this section? Yeah? Instead, do what? Clap for him. Don't wait for an opportunity. Create the opportunity yourself. Another one person. You have represented the men. Now it's the women. The ratio of men to women here is 10-1. Now he's the man, he has spoken. A lady, what is your takeout from here? From this session? Make a lot of noise about yourself. I clap for her. Your name? Terry. Tanya. What's your takeout from this session? Stay with and in God. Clap for them. So now as we branch off to your careers and the career choices that you want to make, I want to hear, what is it that you people want to do after Form 4? When you mnataka kuingia college, campus, what courses are you going to study there? What do you want to do? I was hoping every hand will be up. Hamja decide. Okay, how many are undecided so that we don't push them so much? How many are not sure? Okay, so all of you are sure. Now, what is that you want to go study? Or if it's not something you want to study, what do you want to do? Now that you're done with Form 4, and I know you're going to start pursuing your talents, but I want to hear, what is it that you want to do? Those of you who want to pursue careers. Nani anataka kuwa HR kama mimi? Have I convinced you or you had decided before? You had decided before. Okay. What are the other careers that are represented here? Yeah. And you tell us your name, please. Sorry? Ian. What do you want to do, Ian? Sorry? Journalism. And digital media. Or you want to go and take all the money akinawili wamebakisha? Ian wants to be a journalist and digital communication, in digital communication. The rest, we'll hear from everybody. Brian, yes. IT. Kwenye natoroka. Nursing. Amazing. Computer science. Nursing. Many nurses are coming up. You're undecided. How come you didn't raise your hand when tulisema undecided? Human, you've already said HR. Newton, besides dancing? Hospitality. You want to work in a hotel maybe? Yeah? Kitu kama hiyo. Yes? Civil engineering, IT, hospitality, mechanical engineering. Hey, clap for that lady. Lady engineer in the house. Education. You want to be a teacher? Awesome. You want to be a DJ? Clap for this one. He'll be rich. Just wait and see. The same, you also want to be a DJ. How come haukusema hizi zote the time tulikuwa tunauliza mambo ya talent? Ulikuwa makwa painting. You have just realized there is another one. They are DJing. Awesome. You had said, no. Mechanical engineering. IT. ECD, early childhood. Early children education. You love kids and interacting with kids. Awesome. Counseling. Oh, nursing. Okay. Automotive engineering. Clap for another lady engineer here. These are our guests for today. Let's hear what they want to do. Electrical engineering. Clap for another lady engineer. Mechanical engineering. Clap for another lady engineer. IT. Nutrition and dietetics. Amazing. Sorry? Agriculture and an extension. What does the extension bit mean? Oh, you go to the field. Oh, okay. All right. I'm also learning. And education. You want to be a teacher in primary or high school? High school. Cabin crew. My friends, there is a cabin crew here. Which airline do you want to work for? Emirates. Well, she's not doing local. Huyu ni wa majuu. Hataki jumbo jet. Huyu ni wa majuu. Flight and airport operations in Kenya or abroad? Abroad. Qatar Airways. Hey, clap for her. Business management. This one is in business management. So all of you have said very good careers. But what is informing your decision? I want to hear. Why do you want to do what you want to do? Is it because you saw someone else doing it and you think they are rich, they are making it? Is it because it's something you love? Is it because your parents have said this is where things are happening? Or maybe your dad is an engineer and you think you want to be like your dad. I want to hear what is making you choose those careers. And I don't know whether the parents should be here or we continue to. They'll find us. Tuendelee tu? Aya, sawa. So why are you doing those jobs? Yes, John. Why do you want to be a DJ? It's passion. Clap for him. If you're driven to a career because of passion, you will make it. Let's see all the other reasons. Why do you want to be a journalist, Ian? Passion. Awesome. Clap for Ian. Why do you want to work for Qatar Airways? And the job itself, the flight? What do you like about it? I need a mic. We are having a very open conversation. You know the best thing about this life, we shall meet again. Whether you'll be a flight attendant or a teacher then, si utatuambia tu. Then we'll remind you, remember on a day you told us you want to be a flight attendant. Na siku hizi naona unafundisha kulienda aje. So I want us to have a reason. We need to have a conversation. We want to hear, my friend, we want to hear reason so that kama reason yako is not good, tukwambie tu you're not going far. You will go around utatupata hapa. So, what do you like about being a flight control? Is it flight control? Flight control. So you want to be the ones that are in the switchboard or the ones that are on the ground directing, Ama? On the ground. What do you like about it? What? Tell us what it is. Be specific. You know when you're going to enroll to that class, you can be sure the first class, you shall be being asked, why are you in this class? So I'm just preempting some of the questions you'll be asked. Which school do you see yourself going to? School of Aviation, or the other one? Aviation. So when you go to the first class, they shall ask you, why are you here? Why have you chosen this career? So I'm only helping you get the right words. What is it about that career that you like? How they walk, yes, that's good. How they look, how they carry themselves. It looks like a good career. Aya, sawa. The ladies who are engineers, why do you want to be a civil mechanical? Civil. Which engineer? Civil engineering. Tell us what civil engineering is about. Mnajua what civil engineering is about? Hamjui? Aya, hata mimi najua tu it's engineering, but civil part, ebu tell us. What is it about? Today we are going to differentiate people who are clear where they are choosing careers, na wenye wanafuata jina, na wenye wanafuata pesa. So that today we make informed decisions, ndio? Aya, civil. What does a civil engineer do? Use the mic so that wajue. Hajui, wamesema wajui. How is it different from mechanical and electrical? You want to do mechanical. What is it about? You want to be? Is it the same as being a mechanic? It's like being a mechanic, so you understand the operations of a car. Okay. Why do you want to do it? Sorry, that was the main question.
You see, watu wengi huku hivi kama
mnamsikia? Tumia
sawa, kama madem hivi, unaona hawatakangi hizi kazi unaona zinafanywa na wavulana. So niko interested sana, as in ati hawataki kufanya kazi kuna uchafu hivi, unaona?
So you want to be different?
Yeah.
You want to stand out?
Yeah.
Okay, you've already identified a school?
Not yet.
Okay. Do you know a mechanical engineer lady you admire? Do you know one?
Yeah, but I can't recall her name.
Okay, so you're going to look for her. You're going to get her name and ask her her experience. It's good when you're getting into a career, get the details. You want to be a civil engineer? Tell us what electrical is about. Is it the same as being an electrician?
Yeah. I feel like in this industry of electrical engineer, many ladies venture in the mechanical part, the civil part, but me, I want to be different. Like, I want to do the job that people fear, dealing with electrical things, installing CCTV, those things.
Okay. Do you know someone who is doing it? Have you spoken to them?
Many are men.
Have you spoken to them?
No.
They haven't told you what the job is about? No? Hiya. You people want to do jobs and you have not gone to speak to people who are doing them. Who has gone to somebody who is doing the job that they want to do? Let's hear from Ian and John. John, you said you want to be a teacher. Tell us about it. Is it passion?
Yeah, first of all, it is passion. Then, alongside being passion, I have been introduced into the field, although not yet trained, and I have realized that I am best suited in it. So, nikatamani sana kwa a teacher.
So you're volunteering somewhere?
Yeah. Not volunteering.
Or you're being paid?
I'm being paid, yeah.
Hey, clap for John. He's earning money even before he goes to school.
Yeah.
Because he has passion for it.
Yeah.
So where are you teaching?
I'm teaching in a school called Bright Star Kids.
Impressed Kids?
Bright Star Kids.
Bright Star Kids.
Yeah.
That one is in Buruburu?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so you're already a teacher.
I'm a teacher.
So you're only waiting to be trained. Do you see what I told you about opportunities?
Yeah.
If you have a passion for something, you don't have to wait for opportunity. You can go and look for the opportunity. They called you or you went looking for the job?
I went looking for it.
You see what I'm telling you people? Here are the solutions. He walked to the school and told them, I have a passion for teaching.
Yeah.
And they said, come.
Yeah. I went and I met a teacher who at some point used to inspire me. Then we had a conversation. Then he introduced me into the akaniambia vile nafaa kufanya nini. Then I was called because of the grade that I got.
So mnaona case study ya John. Let's use John as a case study. He has summarized everything that I have told you today. Look for somebody who is doing what you want to do. He went and looked for a teacher who he admired. They had a discussion. Akamwambia nini anataka kufanya. Akamuintroduce to a school and he was called. Now he's teaching. Are you seeing the sense in what I'm telling you today? If you're seated here, you need to go and find out who is doing what you want to do. Have a conversation with them because they'll tell you the good, the bad, and the ugly. Some of you right now are searching a job and you like the name. You see the girls in the cabin crew, you think they look pretty much. Let me challenge you. If you want to work in the cabin crew, kindly go and sit with a flight attendant. Ask them the nature of the job, what they go through, the advantages, the disadvantages. Ask them how long they've been doing it. Think about it. If after talking to that person you still want to go that direction, please proceed. But there's a lot you learn. You don't have to make mistakes when others have gone ahead of you, and you can learn from experiences. That is why there are people who have gone ahead of you. There are few things about flight, and maybe I can dwell on her before I go to Ian, because I personally also admired that career until I was told a few things and I changed my mind. So let's see if she has spoken to a few people. Sindio? Tuambie, have you spoken to anyone? Do you know anything about it? Why do you want it?
No, I haven't spoken to anyone.
Okay, so can we challenge you to go look for somebody? Look for somebody who works for Kenya Airways, for example. Ask them about that job, what it takes, and the nature of the job. What all those things that you admire there, Ian, all the things that you admire there, please go and put a tick so that you will not join that career and then start quitting within the first year because you learn some things that you didn't think they were like that. Sindio? Ian?
For me, I was introduced.
Okay. Ian has spoken, people have turned because the voice is confident. Akona oomph. He has eaten breakfast. He's already talking like a reporter. Who agrees? He's already talking like a reporter. Aya, Chagua station. We've agreed. Which station?
Citizen.
You see, we have agreed. Aya,
So I've always had a long-term passion in journalism. So like already I'm working a website called Freelancer where you write articles, edit videos, work for big companies. Yeah, you're paid in dollars. So it depends.
Ian, Ian, natununulia ice cream. How much is ice cream around here? How much dollars can we spend?
It depends
today?
on the project.
Oh,
yeah.
Kama sasa uko na dollars ngapi hivi? Tunaweza ice cream ni how much? You know dollar is trading at?
Iko kwa account.
Iko kwa account?
Yeah.
Oh, hatuwezi tumia sahi.
It's a freelancing job where you work from home. Yeah.
So how did you get the job?
My aunt
talk so that you help. Did you see in my slides somewhere I said about networking? Yeah? Do you see how networking comes? Mulisikia John alienda to a teacher who is already teaching and he had admired and he connected him to a job. Aya, sawa. So Ian, how did you get your job?
I have an aunt who is also a media company now. It's a media tech company. So she introduced me. And then I took the step forward. Yeah. So
right now at Citizen, you said you'd like to work at Citizen. Is there someone in particular you admire the way they do, even if it's not in Citizen, but a journalist that you like the way they do? Who is that? Trevor Obinja. He's Obinja. Awesome. You even talk, the voice, hiyo tumekubali. Si tumeka tick. Hiyo umepita. So have you tried, do you follow Trevor?
Yeah.
Have you reached out to him?
Yeah, but I just reply.
I just respond. How are you reaching out to him?
Instagram.
On Instagram?
Yeah.
No, he will respond. Are you on LinkedIn?
Yeah.
Have you tried to get him on LinkedIn?
Z.
Okay, my challenge to you, for any professional connection, try and use LinkedIn. If you drop him a message on LinkedIn today, he's more likely to respond within an hour than Instagram and Facebook. Who knows why? Yes, John. And what do you think Facebook and Instagram are known for? Yes, they are more fancy, fun, their sites. Most people use them for that. So anaweza kuwa naona jina yako hapo kwa Instagram anafikiria it could be something that is not so serious. Because Instagram itself on a platform, what are some of the things you see people posting on Instagram? Chakula, what else? Swimming, fashion. So he's probably not sure what your message is about, and he has so many messages. But in LinkedIn, which is a professional network, if you send him a message on LinkedIn, he's likely to respond in less than an hour. Because that is a professional network, and if he sees a message in LinkedIn, he knows this is someone who is talking to me professionally. So he'll open it faster. So my challenge to you, and you'll come back next time and tell us, drop Trevor a message on LinkedIn and see if he'll respond faster. And that might just become your next breakthrough. And when you talk to Trevor, let him know that you're open to internship opportunities. You know what internship opportunities do? They give you an experience in a certain organization, whether paid or unpaid. Some pay, others don't pay, but they expose you to that particular organization. So jitole. How many of you are willing to do volunteer work? How many have attempted to volunteer in the areas that they want to be? You said you want to do nursing. Have you volunteered in any hospital, perhaps? Volunteering is free. And when I asked what people have been doing between March and June, you are in the pool that said, oh, dancing, clap for her. I know there are some who said nothing. And there are opportunities to volunteer and go make a name. So can we challenge you to volunteer? Is there an organization, a medical facility near you? Guess what? They won't trust you to do nursing. They'll give you another job, but you'll be watching nurses do their job every day. And you know that's a profession you want. You'll get to understand that profession better. And don't be surprised if you change your mind. The reason why people go for internships is to give you real life exposure to the job so that you either proceed, you're motivated to proceed, or you make a U-turn. You tap the roundabout and go in another direction. So you want to do nursing. Someone else said they want to do nursing. It's you. Have you jitolea in any organization? Hata kuenda kuambia, imagine I want to do nursing. I'm here. Nipatieni kazi yoyote as I observe the work of a nurse. What has been keeping you busy? March, April, May, June? Nothing. Sasa, see, I've given you an idea. Aya, sawa. So what are the other professions? I want to hear who else who has been volunteering? Anyone has been volunteering in the area that they want to grow in, or the job they want to do? So, challenge. Can you say challenge accepted? Now, number 2, I want to understand. I think we had already started why people want to do the jobs they want to do. We have picked on a teacher, we've picked on an engineer. Why do you want to be a HR? Why do you want to be a HR? Did we clap for Ian? Can we clap for Ian? I think he has done amazing and taken amazing strides towards the reason why, or rather understanding what he wants to do. He's confident, that one tumekubaliana, he's on the right path. It's clear, it's passion that is driving him. He has a mentor in that area and he's exposed in terms of what that field takes. Why do you want to be a HR?
First, I did research. Most of
you did research when? On the job?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were saying you studied research. Okay.
No. So I asked around, and then most of my friends told me that my personality, it's kind of matching. So I decided to fast. I did my research, and it's...
What personality did they tell you have? You know, pia watu wanaweza kudanganya. But let's confirm. What do you know her for? The people who know her, what do you know her for? Straightforward. What else? She has etiquette. She's a people who say thank you. Sorry, Amma, what is that etiquette? Hey, you have etiquette. Clap for her. That's a nice one. So they said that based on your personality, you can be a good HR. Okay, tumekubaliana. You've done your research. Awesome. There was an engineer. What you wanted to be an engineer? You said a nurse. Nursing? What? Education? What was it?
Hospitality.
Oh, hospitality. There was another hospitality. The two of you, just tell, you don't want to do hospitality.
Yes.
Engineer. What do you want to do?
Civil engineer.
Who wanted to do hospitality besides her? You wanted to do hospitality. You want to work in a hotel? Or what? Let's hear from her. Why hospitality?
Okay, for me, I'm passionate with baking.
Baking?
Yeah. And I just noted when I finished Form 4, I started watching YouTube. I learned, and then I consulted someone who is specializing in that. And then I'm just passionate.
So have you started baking?
Yeah.
Are you selling them? What do you bake?
Cakes.
You are selling? How many people know that she's baking? Personal branding. Can you make noise? Do you come to this church?
No.
Oh, okay. Where you fellowship, do you go with sample cakes?
Yeah.
You carry?
Actually bake in that church.
How come you didn't carry? You were not sure kama tutakuja na pesa. In Now you'd be giving us a sample. Natambia, this is a sample of my work. So do you have a page where you're marketing yourself?
No.
How are people knowing that you bake? If I don't come to your church, for example, how will I know that you bake? Do you have a smartphone?
Yeah.
Are you on Facebook? Instagram? Will you open those accounts today and take photos of your work and tag Newton and tag John, and then they can share, and tag Ian? So you've heard there is a communication person there, and then tag Willie. Your name is?
Beatrice.
The name of the page will be?
Tris.
Tris Bakers.
Tris Gavoni.
What is the name of the page that will have photos? Will you open something Bakers? We are giving ideas. See, here we are in class. So we are giving her ideas. So what will the name be? Trish Bakers?
Maybe.
So when you do Trish Bakers today, just look for bundles because you have a smartphone. Take photos of your cakes na picha za church kesho. Ukiuza Trish Baby. No, Trish Bakers. The name matters. Akiandika Trish Baby, people will assume it's a baby, eh? Yes, get a nice name. Yeah, that's a very good idea. Make sure you get a nice name that will even attract people to your page. So today we are supporting hustles. Umeona hapa kuna hustlers. If we are not promoting your page today, it's because you didn't talk about it. Hi. Karibu to the class. Are they late comers or they are on time? Tutawapea homework. Karibuni sana. So Trish, we are challenging you today. You're going to open a page, Trish Bakers. You're going to take photos of your work. You're going to tag Newton. You're going to tag John. You're going to tag Ian. You're going to tag Willie. And they'll start promoting your page because you're already passionate about baking. Ian, you're on Facebook. So she can tag you. Her page is active. No. She's called Trish, but she's going to change it to Bakers so that then she sells. There's already a name, Trish Bakers. So you can look for another name. So welcome to the ones who are joining us right now. Just to bring you up to speed on where we are so that you don't float, so that you're not hanging in the air. I am the teacher, so I will not start making noise about what I'm telling them. I will ask the students to bring you up to speed on what we are talking about. Na msiniangushe. Can we agree? Hakuna kuniangusha. You represent me well for the work I've been doing. So we are welcoming the new members of our class. And to bring you up to speed on where we are in our class are my very good students here, and they are going to volunteer to tell you, bring them up to speed very fast on what we are discussing right now. Volunteers. Someone has a mic somewhere, Cindy? Who had the mic? Start. Trish, you can be the first one. Tell them what we are discussing right now.
We have discussed about...
You can put it close so that they hear.
How to be confident. And looking for opportunities. Yeah.
And what are we discussing right now concerning you? Where are we headed? Why did I choose you?
To express my talents and careers.
And what you're doing. Someone else, give the mic to somebody else. Tell these people what we are doing. Welcome. You can start with your name also, so they say, I've taught you etiquette. Let me just remind, we have discussed etiquette, so we introduce ourselves. Before we talk to anybody, we say who we are, what we are passionate about, and then we tell you. So tell them where we are.
My name is David. I'm passionate about, passionate in careers, no? So I'm passionate about civil engineering, construction and building. Tumefunzwa kuhusu personal branding, kama unajua kuchora, unapiga picha, unaiweka kwa social media account yako ndio watu wajue.
Na sasa hii tuna discuss nini? Tulikuwa tumeanza kudiscuss nini?
Sai.
Ndio waingie.
Kwa na discuss hiyo career uko nayo. Uko umeresearch kuihusu, kwa umeongea na mtu anafanya hiyo career na mbona unataka kufanya hiyo career.
Awesome. Clap for him. Very good student. Newton. And then we take to Ian hapo nyuma tusikie backbenchers before we come to our chief guest. The people you're seeing seated on this side have been our chief guests. Unaona hata tuliwaekea chai na maji. Yeah, you'll hear from them shortly. So Newton.
Praise God.
Amen.
Praise God once again. My name is Newton. First of all, tulikuwa tumeongelea how we are going to brand ourselves, and kinyo unapaswa kuwa ukifanya ndo uko ukibrand yourself. Kitu ya kwanza unapaswa kuwa self confident of yourself, usikuwa unaogopa na ukue motivated na kenye unataka kufanya. Alafu kenye tulikuwa tunaongelea sasa ni kinyo na brand. Kitu ya kwanza unaongelea mbona unataka kufanya hiyo kazi. Ya pili ni connections zenye uko nazo kufanya hiyo kazi. Alafu kenye unapaswa kuwa ukifanya ni kama unatafuta wenye unafanya hiyo kazi yenye unataka kufanya, wanakupatia directions ya kenye unapaswa kufanya ndio ufike mahali unataka kufika.
Awesome. So you can take it behind. That row is enough. Someone from that row, then Ian, then turudi kwa chief guest, then we continue together.
Good morning, everybody. Good evening, everybody.
Afternoon. It's afternoon. Heading to evening. It's okay. Umetusalimia za asubuhi. For those you didn't say hi to. Umesalimia afternoon na jioni wenye hamtakuwa na. So it's still okay.
Hadi good night. Tutapatana.
Water.
Alafu nilikuwa nataka kukaribisha bado wazazi. Tumefundishwa etiquette. Welcome to the class. So tumefundishwa personal branding, how to jimarket, to speak loud of ourselves, watu watujue kenye tunafanya. So and if you have a career, unaongelesha, you talk to someone who is experienced to it, so that you may learn better and have more experience, so you may pursue that career.
Awesome. Yes. My students are A students. Ian.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
My name is Ian. We were talking about like what drives you in that career that you are doing, and you should have a mentor, that passion in it, so that you can drive you forward. And yeah, that's what we were talking about. Okay. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm giving the chief guests the mics here. Volunteer, one of you. We can start with this side. Bring them up to speed.
I'm Sarah, and what we have learned is time allocation 50, 30, 20. Yeah, 50, sorry. You are allocated to people you look up to. 30, you are allocated to the people, your peers, and 20, you are allocated to people who are looking up to you.
Hey, that one. Your people are passing exams. Something else. The gentleman, remind me your name? Caris.
Harris.
Alice.
Harris.
Yes. Hey, okay, sawa.
Good afternoon.
I was wondering, Alice.
I am Harris. We have learned that how to brand ourselves in the social media, even and networking, and to follow our mentors. Yes.
Okay.
In the career we choose.
Yes. Clap for him. You want to say something? Say something.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Susie, and we have learned that we should always make first impressions at first sights and kujituma. And we should always consult on whatever you are doing. You should know your intake, in what career you want to do.
Clap for her. Who feels like adding? Maybe kuna kitu ya maana tumelearn leo na unasikia watu wameacha. There is a newcomer to the class who already has caught something. Hey.
Hi, how are you? My name is Evans. I repeat my name. I just want to say something because so that we can connect.
Yes.
We have just joined you from the other side, so that the parent can also hear about the career, what you are talking about with them about a career, and also if they have any question, and even the parent they ask so that we can answer. All facilitators can answer together.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Karibu sana. We clap for him. Sawa. Thank you and welcome to our class. Now, I don't know whether we are going to give you the exam later because you've missed a bit of our class, but we hope that you can grasp a bit and pieces as we continue. But where we were as you are coming in, we decided to have a discussion on the career choices that these youth are making. So we went around, each and everybody told us what they want to do. After we finished hearing what they want to do, the second round, we went asking them, why do you want to do that career? Because everybody can say, I want to be and we had big names. Some was even hearing here for the first time. There is something called agriculture and extension. I knew agriculture, I didn't know extension. So we are discussing, why do you want to do the job that you want to do? So while you were coming in, we were at the step where we were challenging some reasons behind the career selection. So you hear somebody has said that they want to be, for example, I will not take names and faces, but you hear somebody wants to be a flight attendant. Beautiful career, looks brilliant. I mean, when you're boarding the plane and those ladies are attending to you in the plane, they look smart, they look good. You assume they are paid well, probably, because I'm saying assume because you don't know what they are paid. But if you want to be a flight attendant, what is informing your decision? Is this because you think they are dressed smart? So our challenge today was we were trying to provoke, just to ask questions behind why a certain career. And what was my challenge when you came in? That as you're selecting that career, my challenge number one to them was, can you research on somebody who is already doing that job around you? Have a sitting with them. Those are your mentors. And that is why we said as they are allocating their time going forward, 50% of their time will be allocated on people who they are looking up to, people who are mentors. 30% of their time they will spend with their peers. 20% they will spend with people who are looking up to them. So in the 50% of their time, where they are spending with people they look up to, they are going to look for people who are already doing the jobs that they want to do. So if someone wants to be a civil, and there's somebody here we have challenged, she wants to do electrical engineering. We've asked her, have you spoken to someone who is already doing electrical engineering? What have they told you about that job? They said, no, they haven't. So we've challenged them to look for an electrical engineer, sit down with them, visit them at their place of work, observe what they are doing, and decide whether that, ask them questions about that job and be able to make a decision. Is it the job I want to do? The person who has said that they want to be a flight attendant, we've asked them, we've challenged them. Look for a lady or a gentleman who is already a flight attendant. Spend time with them and ask them more details about their job, what it takes, how has their experience been. With what you hear, decide whether you still want to be a flight attendant. And if you don't want to, again, go back to the research, and we have agreed we shall also look into our passions, our interests, because we have examples here of people who are doing careers because they are passionate about them. And when you listen to those people, they've already made a lot of strides. And one of them is Ian. And John here, John is a classic example of our class today. He's actually a good business case of our class today. John wants to be a teacher. Well, introduction of our class, take you back, we were discussing what have you been doing since March, because we realized that most of these people have been out of school since March. They finished Form 4. So we had a session of discussing what have you been doing since March, April, May, now we are in June. What has been keeping you busy? So we had that discussion, and of course takeout was we are going to work on our talents, our giftings as we discover the jobs, interact with people who are doing the careers we want to do. We have realized that John wants to be a teacher, but what he has been doing is that John went and looked for a mentor who is a teacher.
He already had a teacher who he admired. So he went and had a session with that teacher and told him, I want to be a teacher, have an interest in teaching. Today, that mentor connected him with a school called Brightside Kids. Bright Star Kids. So John is now teaching in that school as he waits for training. So John was a classic example of our class today, where we are not going to sit down and wait for jobs to come to us. If we know what you want to do, we are going to look for people who are already doing what you want to do. Have a sitting with them, ask for guidance, because we have agreed we are not going to make mistakes from experiences, yet there are people who have gone ahead of us, and they can teach us a few things so that we don't make those mistakes. And the reason I'm also passionate about this, again, in my class, I told them that I went to campus, studied IT, even got a job. I realized this is not where I was supposed to do. And had I sat with somebody, a lady, for example, who is already in the IT world, I would have quickly corrected myself and taken more time maybe to choose a career. Not that I regret anyway, it has given me amazing opportunities and learning experiences, especially from the organization that I worked for. But probably the stage I missed was the practical bit of sitting with somebody who has done IT and ask them about that field, so that I wouldn't have to probably take 4 years of campus to study IT, 4+, go and work in the industry to realize that kumbe haiendangi hivi. It's sold like that, but haiendangi hivi. You know, only somebody who has experience in that can tell you. So I went out of that IT job and came back now to what I'm doing, which is human resource, where I'm enjoying so much, and now I have to do so many papers to be professionally certified in that area, and I'm about to finish them. Until I wonder, what if that time I sat with somebody and discovered my interests, my passions, and I did a degree in HR. Of course, I don't regret. There is time to mend everything, and that is why I've gone back to school to take all the papers and courses that I need to take in HR. But guess what? You don't have to do it like me. You can learn from me, Cindio. So that's what you were saying. We were challenging them that they need to sit with people who are already doing what they are doing, have an opportunity to interact with them, pick notes, and reconsider. Another successful case was Ian. Ian, you need to talk so that they hear your voice. Did you hear voices? Yeah, Ian, he wants to be a journalist. He already has, in fact, when he picked the mic, we all agreed, Ian, enda kwa media. That's the way his voice is. So Ian already is sure he wants to be a journalist. He has already identified a mentor who is Trevor Obinja. He's going to be reaching out to him. The auntie is already in that field who has mentored him. He's already making a few shillings around that area. The power of mentorship, you know. You can never go wrong with being mentored and having someone who is hand-holding you. The reason most of people are making mistakes they are making right now, ni kujiamini tu. As in, you don't want to consult. As in, you have made up a decision. You fly with it yourself. You're forgetting that decision you have made, you need to consult a few people, pass it through a few people, find out who has done it, how was the experience, is it something that you would be interested in going through. If you don't like it, then you can always consider options. So what we are saying today, we are challenging ourselves. We are not saying that any career is bad. We are not saying that anybody has chosen a bad career. We are just challenging the thought behind why that career. And that is where we were at right now. And I was challenging them to have my day with someone who is doing what you want to do. And we were looking at the nurses. There are a few people here who want to be nurses. And I've asked them, because another thing people can do, we have agreed they are going to do as they discover their talents and gifts, they are going to volunteer. So tumekubaliana, we are going to volunteer. And here there are people who want to be nurses. So we have said there are medical facilities near you. Go and volunteer, not as a nurse, because we will not be allowed to attend to a patient without training, but volunteer any job in that medical facility. But what will that give you? A day with a nurse. You'll be observing a nurse in that facility from morning to evening. You see the things they do, the things they handle, what they go through, how patients talk to them, how they handle patients, how the situations that they handle. By the time you volunteer in that organization, in that farm or in that organization, let's say even for a week, some of you say, hey, enyewe by the staki hiyo kazi. Have you heard those comments? Hiyo by the hiyo siwezi. This is what you do. Sitaweza. That is what we have agreed here, that we are not going to make mistakes. We are not going to just choose careers for the sake of choosing them. We are going to look into the why. Because some of the accidents we are having today can be avoided. My generation, I told them I'm a bit old, we are having people who are going round in circles, not getting jobs. Walisoma, I'm telling you, if they produce for you papers, you run away. You'll say ata sijasoma. They have papers, but they are not working. They are not getting a place to apply those papers. Why? Because they chose a job because my mother said, hello parents, mko salama? My father said, my father is a doctor, so he wants me to be a doctor like him. I am having friends like those. Their father is a renowned lawyer. And so the father said, you must become a lawyer like me. This is a family of lawyers. Another one also, this is a family of doctors. Alingangana doctor, anaenda, anatoka, anaambiwa rudi, anarudi, anashindwa, anatoka. And in the process, even the parents are now annoyed. You know, you brings problems in the family. So we don't want people doing courses because their parents said. But I am not saying you don't consult your parents. We have agreed we are going to consult them because even them, they know 2 or 3 things about life. And probably they know somebody who has done what you want to do. The other reason people are doing courses today is because waliambiwa kuna pesa. Ukifanya hiyo, my friend, hautakaa 1 month without a job. My friend, that was because it's that person. You try the same thing expecting to get a job in a month, you will wait. Because always life answers to why. Why are you doing it? You know? So another reason people are told is that hiyo ukifanya, hawezi kaa 2 months without going abroad. Hizo job zao zinakuanga maju. So you've done yours and you're here 3 years. Haujaenda maju. You're frustrated. Are you seeing why people are getting depressed? So never do something because someone else is doing it. Always question your why. And generally in this life, if you question your why, you will make more solid decisions. Don't do it because your neighbor, who was told to do a course because your neighbor is doing it na anashine. Ako huko Nairobi, by the way, anafanya poa sana Nairobi. Hiyo course fanya. Accounting, CPA, do hiyo hawakosangi job. Njeri wanani ndio anafanya. And she's doing very well. Those are the reasons by the at times parents give. Yeah? So today we are saying we are not going to do courses because our parents want us to do them. We are not going to do courses because we have had others are excelling in them. We are not going to do courses because we have had those courses have money. We are going to do courses because we love, number one, we love them. Best case scenario is to do a job that you love, you're passionate about. You know, like John, you can be sure I'm not a prophet. But because me and you are here on earth for long, John is going to do very well in teaching. How do I know that? He's passionate about it. He has demonstrated that he's passionate about it. He's doing it even before he goes in training, which demonstrates passion and love for the profession. I'm again not a prophet, but I told you, Newton is going to shine in whatever he does. Why did I say so? Sorry? What else? He's generally very outgoing. He's confident. He's what I would be looking for as an employer. Because what I also didn't tell you, the parents who are coming here, my background is in HR. I'm currently a HR practitioner working with an organization called AR Insurance in Talent Management. So one of my biggest tasks in that organization is to identify talent. Nowadays, we don't say staff, we don't say employees. We call them talent. Everybody is bringing talent to the organization. So part of my job is to identify talent. So when I identify talent, then take them through an interview process and get them hired or otherwise, develop them, and take care of them while they're working with us. So when I came here, my interaction, within few minutes, I could see talent in Newton. So again, I'm saying I'm not a prophet, but since I live long to interact with Newton, I know he'll make it. With the attributes I've seen in Newton, the confidence levels, I know he'll go far. I listened to Ian. I listened to his story, and I could tell he might not be on our screens right now, but in the next few years, we shall be watching Ian on our screens. Are we together? See, we are all witnesses. We shall be here to witness. If you continue, it's on condition, by the way, it's not automatic. If you continue doing what you're doing. Because tena unaweza toka hapa leo uende ukalale. After all the lessons, now you start going downwards. You don't research. You don't look for mentors. So continue doing what you're doing. And then the challenge to all the people here was, they are going to work on their confidence levels. You can go for that job interview. You have the papers. You can even go to that class. But you really struggle. Some professions require you to have certain characteristics. When you go into a class of engineers, I really want you to be super confident in demonstrating why you're in that class. Show that you're passionate about class. Why am I saying that? Because we as, or let me say recruiters, we ask for interns. You know what you are discussing about interns to come to your organization? Guess what we do? We will go into into a campus or a college that offers the services that we are looking for. Let me assume we are looking for an engineer to come and intern with us. We'll go to a school that offers that course and tell them, give us your top students in this class. But on top of them being your top students, give us the ones who are confident, the ones who have business etiquette, the ones who present themselves well, and those that can work in an office. When I say that, what do I mean? Work in an office. Do you know the manners that comes with working in an office? The things we discussed, yeah? You're polite to people, you take care of, you respect people, you interact with people with respect. So what will happen to you if you're the top of that class, lakini huku kwingine kuna shida? You're the rudest in that class. Someone haezi kukanyanga because that day there'll be war in that class. You'll throw words left, right, and center. Yeah? Etiquette, what you are learning about. So what I'm saying is how you present yourself even now as a student matters. Because some students don't have to wait to finish school to get a job. They get jobs when they are still in college. Why? Because they have done personal branding. They are known as the most courteous student in that class, most presentable. When opportunities to volunteer come, they are number one. When the teacher needs a task handled, they are the first to volunteer. Do you think you can be that if you're shy? You cannot be shy. And that is why I'm confident about one thing. I tell people about etiquette. If you're good in your communication skills, if you're good in your writing skills, you can never ever fail. There are some skills that will make you shine here in this world, because this world is all about people. And how do you make yourself appealing to people? How you talk to them, how you communicate to them, how you present yourself to them. Have you ever seen people who will win a job? People will win a job just because of the way they look. You'll earn yourself a job just because of the way you look. Now when you're inside there, now you prove you can do the job. And even when we do an interview, let me tell you, assuming it's a physical interview, we are here seated as panelists and you're coming into the interview, you're coming to sit here. Do you know how many marks you're getting from how you come in, how you're dressed, how you're packaged, to when you sit down? Percentage of marks that is going into that assessment. Remember, you've not spoken. Umefungua tu mlango ya hiyo meeting room where the interview is. Umefunga. Umetembea to where the interview desk is. You have put your bag down. Umeketi. You've looked at the interviewer. Do you know how much percentage of marks has already been assessed? Do you remember my first present? Is there someone up there? Please go to the slide that was talking about 90% perception within the first 10 minutes. As he brings that slide, how much marks have you gotten by walking into an interview room and sitting down? Na hujaongea? How much? So some of you think that 90% is coming from your papers. We haven't seen your papers. You haven't even told us your name. Well, we can see it on the papers. You haven't told us. As you're walking, tumeangalia tu nywele, tumeangalia nguo zenye umevaa, how you're walking, how your face, your confidence levels, how you have sat down, your manners in sitting down, and finally how you project yourself to us. 90%. So when you're going to that interview, do you know what you need to put effort on? Now, do you know where you need to put effort on? Your confidence, choosing the right outfit, the right hairstyle, how you walk. Ladies, you don't have to be in heels if you can't walk in them. You know, there are some that will start falling from the door. Your colleague saying, hey, slowly, it's okay, come. You know, in fact, we'll assume you're panicking. So we'll tell you, don't panic. The interview is not going to be harsh because you're already falling. But you're falling because of the shoes you've worn. So that is how much. And that is how much personal etiquette, communication, personal branding goes into an interview. And for your information, not just an interview for a job. Interview for anything, including a business opportunity. Like, I sell this. You know, sales and marketing. Do you know there are some, in the organization that I work, the best paid people in that organization are the salespeople. Those people take money, mpaka unawauliza, hii ni ya mtu mmoja. You know, because they are paid on commission. Unawauliza, hii inaenda kwa mtu mmoja. They make money. But do you know what that profession is all about? Presentation. Our salespeople, if you see them, by the time they enter, first and foremost, I don't know who told them a Mercedes is a selling tool. So when they're coming to sell to you, they come in with a Mercedes. Most of them have a Mercedes. So when you see them coming with a Mercedes, already unawaamini. Already perception, human perception. Nasema, I believe what you're saying. So they park it. You go and pick them from the parking. You're taking them to the office. Suti ya huyo mtu. Not to mention the terms that they'll drop on you first. I'm swearing. So, you know, us guys call them salespeople. The terminology is on their card. I'm a financial advisor, business executive, senior business executive. Mpaka tunaulizanga, okay, sawa. Because sisi tunasemanga watu wa sales. But the title, says I'm a financial advisor from AR. Umesikia financial advisor? Unasikia hiyo title? Already umeona advice na umeona finances. Kuisha. So now you're only waiting for him to tell you what he has carried, ununue. You don't need to sell to me. Just open, sell me, how much is it? Those people close sales within minutes. Our top selling sales people in our organization today are perfect communicators. If you meet them, you will enjoy listening to them. Number 2, they are super dressed. Like they outstandingly dressed. Number 3, they have amazing etiquette. You know, those will be like, yes, sir, how are you doing? And I can have a seat here. Can I carry that for you? Are you okay? Are you having a nice day? How many of you asked your neighbor today how the morning is? Ama mlipatana tu mkakaa naye, hata ujui kama amekunywa chai, ametoka wapi? How are you doing? How have you been? How many dared to even ask their neighbor, how are you doing? How is your morning? How is your Saturday? How was your Friday night? How many dared to do that? When you saw them in the morning, conversation ilikuwa na sasa, or what did you ask your friend? Ni aje tumekuja kufanya? Nani anaongea? Hawajafika? That was the sort of conversation. Instead of touching base with somebody and asking them, how are you doing? How is your Saturday morning? How was your night? What are you doing? What are you up to? Did you ask each other, what are you up to? Like, what are you up to? Hey, what are you doing? What's keeping you busy? You know, such comments. Etiquette ikue juu. There are some things in this world you will win. Hakuna kazi mingi. Just appear looking the part and then talk. Just talk. You have gotten the job. You have gotten the opportunity. So don't spend so much. And you know, we had a slide here which was projecting the top challenges that the youth are facing. And number 1 was lack of employment. We have already agreed with this group that that's not their challenge because they are sitting on talents. They have amazing opportunities that they are seated on. So they are not going to wait for anybody to come and bring them jobs. They are creating them. You'll be surprised that there's somebody here who draws lakini drawing zake ziko kwa nyumba, zimefungiwa kwa nyumba. So we have agreed that one is not going to talk about lack of employment anymore. They need to start working on those drawings and then package them. Look the part. I don't want you to be super talented and when you show up, you're not well packaged. I want you to talk nicely, be respectful, talk nicely, be careful how you talk. Now, on our career, we have a takeout that people are going to evaluate. That's a presentation. People are going to evaluate the reason behind why they have chosen the careers that they've chosen. Go back two slides behind. Again, there. This is where I was taking you about. 90% of our opinion is formed within the first 10 seconds of meeting somebody. 90%. That's what I was telling you in the interview. Kama unataka kushine, please give a lot of attention on what you're going to wear for that interview, what hairstyle you're having to that interview, and this should be informed by the job that you're going for. Because, again, if you're going for an interview as a DJ, John, I'm not telling you to wear a suit. You will fail flat. If you're going to interview as a DJ, then you go in a suit. Watakurudishia tu hapo. They'll assume you're in the wrong interview. So go research on the profession that you're taking and dress the way that profession dresses. So by the time they are walking into that job, they're already seeing the engineer you want to be. By the time you're walking into that job, they're already seeing the HR you want to be. By the time you're going to that interview as a flight attendant, my friend, you must wear makeup. It's a must. And that's why I've asked you if you've met with those ladies. So kama upendi makeup, that might not be the job for you. You're forced to wear makeup, whether you like it, and you cannot gain weight. There is a weighing scale. You see the way you report to work. See, I told you I also wanted that job. After interacting with Pony Katoroka, there is a weighing scale. You go and live for 1 week. When you return, you step on a weighing scale. How many kgs? Go and see a nutritionist. Lose the 10. So, please, can you research about the job that you want to do? There are a lot of things you will not know until you interact with someone who is already on the job. So, that is what you are saying. Take out for our careers. We are going to research on that job. Get one person who is already doing it. Have tea with that person. Visit them, and at times they are around us. They are probably somewhere. They are in your church. You know, they are a friend to your mother. They are a friend to your dad. They are a friend to your uncle. I mean, for Ian, it's the auntie. They are a friend to your somebody. You just need to keep talking and letting people what you want to do. And somebody will tell you, by the way, I know someone who does that. Have a sitting with those people. If you can visit them in their jobs and observe them for a day, please do. Whatever you do, make sure that your career choice is well informed. Then ask yourself, why am I doing it? Once you've decided that that is the career, please keep researching about it. What do I need to start working on? Are there opportunities to volunteer? Like John is doing. He's already a teacher even without going to school. That is how he's going to raise school fees. Because some of you are waiting and unaambiwa hakuna fees. By the way, even me, kuna time I was told that, by the way, you'll be doing this as we get school fees for this. If you get an opportunity to volunteer, John, you're being paid. Ian, you're being paid. In dollars, I forgot. You see? So, can that person miss fees? Si unaweza save. And let's agree that we are not too young to start saving. Nowadays, you can save on so many platforms. Kuna M-Shwari, it has a way for saving. Sindio? Kwa simu yako, there is an option to save. Kuna COP account ya juniors. Unajua kuna teens. COP ya teens. COP bank has an account for teens. And I'm sure you can research on other banks that they are circles. You can just go approach them and start saving. But how will the money come? If you go out there, volunteer, brand yourself, and let people know what you're doing. Can we also agree that none of you here will not have an email, will wake up tomorrow without an email address? Do you all have an email address? Is anyone without an email address? So, nyi wote mko na email address. Yeah? The next thing we have agreed to do is, if you already have a talent, we are going to make noise about it. We have agreed you're going to be on YouTube. Now, ingine, si ile ya church. Eno mko kwa YouTube ya church. You'll be on another YouTube channel. You're going to take photos of your paintings. You're also going to take photos of your paintings. You're going to take photos of the cakes that you're baking. Take photos and all of us are going to make noise about it. As we come to a close about this, and before I invite questions on career, because parents have joined us when we've already gone into the discussion, those are some of the highlights. I'm going to ask if anyone has a question, if you want to ask it live or if you want to write it, feel free. Once you've written it, I think you can either bring it or our coordinator can receive them for us. If you want to ask it live, feel free to lift your hands. But our highlight on career is that we must question the why. Because some of the mistakes I am seeing now, even in the office as a HR, is people coming to work in a job that they have zero passion for. And what did we agree about promotion? The people who are getting promoted, for you to brand yourself, you must be passionate about something. You can't brand yourself for something you're not passionate about. So there is a course right now that people are really admiring called actuarial science. I was even surprised here nobody said actuarial science. Everyone is going to do actuarial science. Well, we are one of the people who are partakers or who employ people who have done actuarial science because it's for the insurance industry. They really help us a lot in underwriting and determining the prices for the products. So you find so many people went to do actuarial science because it has money. It's true, it has money, but not everybody can do actuarial science. You must be super passionate about it. So what am I having on my desk today? 1,001 applications for people to come and do actuarial science. You interview them, and you can tell the reason behind it is just to get a job because I did the course. Yeah? So today I want you to be very passionate and ask yourself questions about why am I doing the course that I'm doing. And there are some people we have sampled here and we have realized they have not researched. They don't even know what that course is about. They don't even know one person who is doing that job. They have not even sat with anybody who is currently doing that job. So you wonder, how are you making that decision? Why do you want to make a mistake? Well, you can learn from other people who have already experienced it. So let's not make that mistake. Take your time. And as you're taking your time to research, we are working on our talents. We are discovering our talents. We are discovering our gifts. We are discovering our passions. And we are making noise about it. So I don't know that we have a question around career before we proceed. Either from the parents, from the students. Feel free to ask. You can raise your hand or you can write on paper. Anybody? I was told when there are no questions, it means the teacher was either very clear or iliwapita, she was not clear. So you can confirm to me, is it number one that it was very clear? It was not clear, ama amewachanganya. The teacher has mixed you up, or it's food for thought. You're still digesting it. Which is which? There is a question. Which is which? Is there another question? Which is which? Was the teacher very clear, ama it's food for thought sahi, you're just digesting it and trying to apply it in your own life? Ama sasa nimewatupa kabisa. You're even more confused than you came. Which is which? The teacher is clear. That is coming from a parent. Let's hear from a student. Is it that the teacher was super clear? Though I know we had really engaged before the parents came. So any question, comment, clarification about career? What are we going to do differently? Are there people who are already thinking they need to rethink their career choices? You are thinking you're going to research better. Sindio? Before you make a final decision, let nobody rush you. I think my personal experience I have told you, so take lessons from there. As I'm giving you a final example on kujiamini, because I think it's one topic that is underrated, which is etiquette, how you package yourself, how you brand yourself, how you carry yourself. So, maybe to give you a background to it, I have, within the 3 institutions that I've worked with, I have always won an award called the Best Dressed Employee or Employee of the Year. Some changed it a bit. I won it the first time, the second time, the third year they rewarded it and said Lady of Grace, Glamour and Etiquette. So, out of this award, I have seen doors open for me that I would never have imagined. And that is why I'm telling you in an interview, hata kama hujui content ya hiyo, at times you apply for jobs and you're not even sure that you know what that job is all about. Dwell on how you look. Mix them. As in wachanganye kabisa with how you look. You know, show up looking so nice that they have a problem saying no to you. So the reason I'm telling you that is that now, fast forwarding to the example I want to give you. So my organization was going through a phase where investors were interested. And so these investors were from Netherlands. And part of the information they needed, due diligence on our company to know whether we have been involved in what is called anti-money laundering, you know, required that we go and get clearance from some of the very top offices in the country. So of course the bosses were in a meeting, and one email that came from the investor said, we really need this document by tomorrow to make a decision. So they thought about the process of getting that document, and they agreed all together that we need to send Grace to this particular office. In fact, walisema, ukituma Grace hiyo place, she'll get it because of the time limit. Ati she will show up looking the way she shows up, and she's going to come back here with that document. They had tried for so long, writing emails, making calls that are not being responded. Now they needed to go physically to get that document. So in a meeting which I was not in, they agreed, let's send Grace. So I get a call from my boss early in the morning. I'm just dressing up, and my boss is like, now Grace, we need your help. We kindly, if you don't do anything else today, we want you to go to such and such an office. This is what we are looking for. Can you give me details in an email, explained, and this is what we are looking for. So in my mind, of course, I was already asking, where nitaweza kweli? You know, especially because you've seen the conversations going on for like 3 weeks to no success. So my boss told me, Grace, we are confident. If you show up and speak the way you speak and looking the way you look, you will come back here with that document. So mimi huyo Grace, nikavaa suti. You select one of your best that day. I like high heels. So nikavaa high heels. Then I called the company driver because of branding again. You know, when you show up there with a company car, marks zinaenda juu. Huyu anajua Kenya anafaa. Hajajileta, you get. She didn't send herself. So I called the driver and come request we go together. Then because of remote working nowadays, we are using iPads a lot. So I carried my phone and my iPad. And because I told you at the beginning I like looking good, my phone and my iPad are both in the same color. They are pink. I've bought for them cases that are pink. So mimi nimetokelezea huko na suti, high heels, nimeshika iPad na simu. Na nikadropiwa. I'm not the one who told the driver to drop me at the gate. But drivers have etiquette. I think when they are trained, they are told if you have a client, you drop them at the gate of the building. Si ati unamwambia shukia hapa utembe. I think it's driver's etiquette. So the driver went and dropped me at the gate of that particular office. It's a government office. So nikashuka. That was the days for COVID. Listen to the story and you'll pick the lessons, okay? So these were the days for COVID. So he has dropped me at the gate, line scanning. You know the checks they used to do during COVID? Ilikuwa imeanza hapo mpaka huko. Grace, for some reason I didn't notice that queue. You know the way haujaona, I missed the queue. So the queue was happening on the smaller gate. This white gate for some reason was opened. So nimedropiwa hivyo na heels zangu nikaanza kuingia the big gate. Kuna masoja watatu, nobody stopped me. Wali assume, huyu ametumwa na mkuu. For some reason, maybe they assumed naenda kwa 24th floor. The cabinet secretary then sitting on 24th floor. So I think the people who are going to see the boss normally are not checked. But I didn't know. For me, the reason I didn't go to the queue to be checked is because I didn't notice. Yes, I saw a line, but it didn't hit me. I need to go through that line. So I lighted the car and walked in through the big gate. Soja akanifanyia aje? Salute. So we proceeded. The main entrance of that building, I find a soldier. When this soldier at the gate saw this one amenisalimia hivyo with my smile, nikamwambia yule wako pale akaniasha. There were lifts on this side. That building has wing A, B, C, and D. It's so confusing. So I'm on wing B. So when the soldier saw this one saluting me, the soldier there ushered me to the lifts on wing A. Do you think I know where I'm going? I don't know. But the fact that he has ushered me to wing A, nitasema mahali nitaona receptionist nitauliza. Meanwhile, keep walking. So he ushered me to wing A. Wing A, apparently, the lifts on wing A are for VIPs. Sisi wengine tunafaa kwenda kwa hii wing. Lakini soja ameniasha kwa wing A. Now, the way he has ushered me to this wing A, automatically, the soldier at the lifts knew I'm using the VIP lift. Akanifungulia VIP lift and told me, welcome, madam, have a seat. I've never been in a lift that has seats. I was so confused. This lift has a seat and it has red carpet. Have you ever been confused? And then he told me, for your information, as usual, your interaction in this lift is being recorded. You're being monitored from a screen. I was like, Jehovah, where did I bring myself to? I've never been in a lift where you sit, there's a red carpet, and there's a recording of your as in what you're doing in that lift until you are light is being recorded. I was like, okay. I sat down. He pressed for me. That lift doesn't stop anywhere. It goes straight to 24th. I don't remember whether it's 24th or 29th floor. So I arrived there. The receptionist says hi to me and asks me what I want. Then I think kitu tu kikamwambia aulize, because I should not have used that lift. I think aliona tu the people who use that lift and what I've told her I want, kuna ka disconnect. I can say, okay, who ushered you through that lift? I said to the guard downstairs. He said, okay, not a problem. So she took me to a boardroom and told me someone will be with you shortly. So I sat in the boardroom. I was brought 3 men. I was told this is the lawyer, this is the personal assistant to the cabinet secretary, and this is the subject matter expert in finance. He's our finance director, and he's going to answer you. My friend, I removed my iPad. Kamsomea email, kamwambia, now you see this email, this is what I'm looking for. And it's extremely urgent. We need it by 1 today. How can you help me? The way I was dressed, the way I spoke, the lift I've come with, the way I've been ushered, the gentleman was like, are you on email? Are you on email? If I can send it to you on email, or do you want me to print it for you? I said, you can send it on email. It's the fastest. He went back, came with his laptop, asked me a few questions to confirm, and then sent the document on email. I said, thank you very much. God bless you. I went, my boss could not believe. I got that document in less than an hour. What's the moral of that story? What's the moral of that story? Piga luku. Another moral. Let's take, what's the takeout from that story? And there are so many others in the office that I can tell you, where they will discuss and say, if we want this, who do we send? And it will come. And that is part of you being able to answer the question, who are you? What value are you adding in whatever area that you're in? You know? So piga luku is one takeout. Another takeout? Etiquette. Business etiquette, you know? How maybe I carried myself, how I looked. I didn't look like I was super confused. You know, some of you, the reason you go to a building and the soldier asks for your ID, your mother's ID, your driving license, your certificate, is because of the way you look. Hata wewe haujiamini. Even you unakaa tuko shock tuko hapo. You're asked, what do you want? You're not sure. Where are you going? Nilikuwa nataka. That soldier nakuitisha. Alikuwa amekuitisha ID, sasa nakuitisha your mother. You know, because you look lost. So, the reason some of these guards will either tell you, see that slide, who are you? Or they ask you, thank you for being here. You know what makes the difference? Where a soldier will ask you who you are and another one will tell you, thank you for being here. In my case, the soldier tu alinifanyia hivi, hata he has no idea who I am. But if I had appeared in a way that I'm even looking doubtful, he would have asked me, who are you? Where are you going? Who invited you? Are you sure? Kuja kesho. You know those government officers, they say, kuja tu kesho. That would have been the story. So another takeout. Moral of the story, yes, Newton? Be very confident about yourself. A parent, have you taken out from it? Is there any parent who has a moral from that story? Let's also see if our parents are confident. So you said answering questions is confidence. Moja to redeem. Yes. First impressions matter. Like, let me tell you, in this life, you don't have 2 opportunities to make an impression to anybody. Anytime anytime you're going anywhere, ask yourself, if these people never get to meet me again, what do they remember me for? And if you ask yourself that question, you'll be more deliberate, intentional about what you wear in the morning, how you talk to people, how you respond to people, how you prepare for your class, how you prepare for any invitation that you've been called to. You will be more intentional, because if I never get another opportunity to come to Kariobangi South again, you will only remember me for today. So I needed to give my best today, because I may never get another opportunity. So first impression is everything. Just like the case I've given you for an interview, your first impression when you appear, people will either write you off or want to keep engaging you. So let's work on our first impression. Any question? I have a lot of questions, so I have 3, not a lot, so we can answer these 3 and then I can hand over the mic. Hey, Madam Grace. So what about talent? How do I go about the issue for I have not yet identified mine? That's a very good question. Factors to consider for career choices apart from passion. Is it okay to say a well-paid career? Is it okay to say competition in the industry? And those some of the factors. Okay, thank you. Do temperaments have an effect on career choice? Yes. If so, is it necessary for the parent and the children to understand their temperaments? Very, very important. These are good questions. I'm going to start with the first one. So what about talent? How do I go about the issue? I have not yet identified my talent. It takes time. The difference between all of us is that we all, even maize, even plants, when you plant them, put them in the soil, do they come out at the same time? They take different time. So you'll realize, like I have a 9-year-old, as I told you at the beginning, I can already see his talents. Like they are visible. Some of us will discover our talents when we're in primary school. Others will discover their talents when they're in high school. Others will discover their talents like me. Well, I could see a bit of it, but it came to full light after when I'm in college. So it's just a matter of time. But then to discover your talent, what you have to keep on doing is asking your questions, asking some questions. If you can go to that slide on personal branding that is asking, what do people compliment you about? What do people say about you? There are some questions you have to ask yourself every day when you wake up. And if you get answers to those questions, you will know what your talent is. Go back to the slides on discovering your brand. Discovering your brand, yes. For those of you who still haven't known what your talents are, ask yourself these 5 questions. And by the time you have answers, chances are you will have discovered what your talents are. What are you known for? Do you know people who, when they are describing somebody, they describe them by what they are known for? Yule jamaa wako, as in there's already something you're known for. Probe into that. That could be where your talent and your gift and your passion is. You know, there's in my village where I come from, people don't pay caterers. The mamas in the village are the ones who come cook. And I'm telling you, kuna mama anajulikana na chapo. Mama so and so ni anapika chapo, na ni anapika pilau. So can you see that mama anajulikana mama wa chapo, mama wa pilau? But does it tell you what her talent is and her gift? Like if she was to start a job, you can already tell her she can start a hotel. You get? Because she has a gift in cooking. Kuna wengine wanasema, "Woi, hata kama hakuna mtu wa kupika, msipatie Grace." You get? It's not her area. As in umetolewa hapo. Ati kama ni hii patia Grace. Kama ni ingine hapana patia so and so. What are you known for? Those are some of the questions that can help you discover what your talent. What do you have answers to? Do you know people who, enyewe, if there is a question on something, or if you want to get the latest answers on politics, you already know who to go. Because they're always chambuing politics. Right now, if you ask Ian what he wants to be, because I know journalism is divided. You know, there is political, the investigative, business. Probably if he wants to be in business, we won't ask him now because of time. He researches a lot on matters business. Meaning, for questions on what is happening in the business world, you would go to Ian. Ian will be known for that. If you want to know what trends in matters HR are going on, what people are doing on building their brands digitally. Probably you now might say you know grace, and by confirmation, that's my area of gifting and talent. How do others describe you? You know, people will describe you based on your talent. Yule mwenye huongoza praise and worship. Most of people who are leading praise and worship, they are gifted in. That's a talent, sindio? Yule mwenye hupiga drums, isn't that a gifting? Mwenye huchora. See, now we're describing John mwenye huchora. That's a talent. These are some of the questions that will help you. What are the 3 compliments people make about you? Knowingly or unknowingly, you will hear people who will say, enyewe, she's so understanding, she's so compassionate. Yeye hushughulika na vitu za watu. When you find out what that person is she's a counselor. You get? Isn't that a talent or a gifting? Some of the compliments will guide you on what your talents are. What make people stop, watch, and say, wow. You know, there are people who can hold the mic, they sing until you're like, huh? That is talent over talent, you know? And then a good example is the way today Ian took the mic to introduce himself. People were facing this way. The moment Ian took the mic and spoke, everybody turned. Isn't that true? Why? His voice. His voice you could tell, we have a journalist, a reporter in the house. And when he opened his mouth to tell us he wants to be a journalist working with Citizen, we were like, go for it. You already have what it takes. So most of the comments that people will make about you will inform you. I hope that question has been answered. If it's not been answered accurately or sufficiently, please see me after this. We go deeper. Then the second one was factors to consider for career choices apart from passion. We have agreed, okay, or is it okay to choose a well-paying off career? What about competition in the industry and other factors? It is number one, it is not the only reason why you choose a career. But I have said, if you want to shine and if you want to do well in a career, number one thing to look out for is passion. Like you must have interest in that career, because when everything is gone, when there is no money, because most entry jobs don't have money, or very few jobs will you start and you're starting that organization as the best paid person. Most of the time you will start somewhere. So what will keep you growing in that career and getting promoted year after year, every time there is an opportunity, is your passion. And how is your passion demonstrated? In the way you do your job. Even every client who is interacting with you will leave a positive comment. Your supervisor will leave a positive comment because you're being driven by passion and not money. The worst thing that can drive you into a career is money. Of all other things that you're going to look out for is money. Do not look out for money. When you follow your passion, money catches up with you. Those people you're seeing shining in careers and making a lot of money, they didn't go for it because of money. It is because they're in their passion. And because they are doing it with passion, they are shining. They are getting promoted. They are getting recognized. And money is following them. Money follows passion. Do not look for money. In any person you're seeing shining and making a lot of money in whatever they are doing, they didn't go for it because of money. They had the papers, they worked, they had the passion, they went for the papers. Now money is looking for them. And I was giving an example before even the parents came, and I told them most of the engagements, most of the exposure, most of the travel that I have gotten has been after following my passion. I can't remember, well, in my IT job, I was getting paid, yes, I was traveling, but I was not enjoying it, and therefore I was not getting promoted as I wanted. I was just bare minimum. But the moment I broke out to do my passion, for some reason, the heavens and the world opened up for me. And what happens is God now allows money to follow you after you first seek passion, and money follows you. So if you don't remember anything as you're selecting your career, don't look for money, look for passion. Research around your passion. Make the right choices in terms of the school you need to go to, And remember to use the 50-30 rule in terms of your time allocation, meaning 50% you're going to use people you look up to in that career, mentorship, 30% your peers, and 20% the other people who are looking up to you, so that you grow in your passion, you start shining, you get promoted, you will not have to discuss money after that. So let's not look for money. What else can you look out for? After you have decided it's a career, this is a career I want, ask yourself, where is this career going in the next few years? Because let me tell you, there are some jobs that we thought were good, but with the digital world that has come, we are erasing them. Like now, I'm constantly telling the people in our office who are working in the registry, front office, dealing with documents, you're an administrator, I'm telling them, relearn, upskill yourself. Because this job will not be there few years to come. People have gone digital. Even our salespeople, we had to convert them to be able to sell digitally, because now our products are being sold on the website. You don't have to come to my office to sell me anything. Just send me the information I need to know, refer me to the website I read for myself, show me on your website, I'll see other people who have bought it, send me referrals in terms of people who are already using the product, send me a quotation. Now we can sell digitally, so you send someone a quotation. If they like it, you send them an invoice, they pay via M-Pesa. The need to cross from here to go to Thika Road to sell a product to anybody has died. So what are we saying? As a salesperson, you need to then start thinking about the digital element of it. And therefore, someone today who is thinking about becoming an administrator in a front office, right now people are working from home. So you're studying to be a receptionist in which office? We are working remotely. So what we told our receptionists, because we had a receptionist on 4 floors, can you upskill? We are helping them upskill. We ask them, what else have you done? Because now there is no office. So you cannot say you're a receptionist, Now all the information documents have been converted to into a digital space. So you cannot say I'm working in the registry or in the filing room. That is not necessary. So even you, as you're choosing your jobs, ask yourself about the future of that job. And I can send you a list of careers, and this is a research that has been done, and how they are going to be phased out if we continue in the digital trend that we are taking. Because now have you heard about the robots? Those guys want to be in the hospitality industry. You must be clear what jobs you're choosing, because some of these robots, when they come, from the parking lot to the hotel to being served, the trend that is taking, we will need half the people who attend to you in a hotel. We'll need half that population, if not quarter. So those are some of the trends you need to look up to. Don't choose a career because the name looks good. Look at it 5 years from now, 10 years, and the trends that we are seeing. Some of the things that has really come to shake the way we were working is the remote working. Something that people had resisted for so long. And for some reason, within a week, people are told to work from home. Do you know what that meant for a lot of jobs? Because now you had to digitize everything. So people who are staying in the office cooking tea, you can imagine, like there are 3 people who are making tea. We bought a coffee machine so that those people who come to the office can get tea from a machine. Just like that, the people who are making tea had to go home. People who are working in the registry are slowly losing their jobs because now we don't have physical documents. They are very few. So one person, what was being done by 10 people can be done by one person. So ask yourself such questions as you're choosing your career so that you don't choose a career with an old mindset, yet there's a new trend coming in. So those are some of the other factors you need to choose. We've agreed not money, be driven by passion, be driven by interest, be driven by a personal question where you've asked yourself, why this job? And you've been able to answer that question so that then you don't get too far and then you have to come back and ask those questions when time is already gone. Importance of temperament, very important. If you're not patient, please don't be a nurse. You've seen what nurses go through. Do you know even you what you take the nurses through? You're the patients to these nurses. It is very important. There are some jobs that you will not make, you will start, but you will not make it if you have a certain temperament. Even where I'm at as a HR, I'm telling you, if there are people who are difficult to work with, it's people. people, dealing with people of all walks of life. You know, you give them this, it's too much. You reduce, it's too little. You take it this way, we didn't ask for this. You know, who said we wanted this? You people. Dealing with people. If you're not patient, if you don't have a people personality where you smile at everything, you know, you're called this, you smile. You're called this thing, you smile. You're okay with being called anything. If that's not you, if come away and you're joking with me now, you know those who have tempers, please don't touch anything that deals with people. Meaning avoid careers like nursing, avoid HR, avoid customer service. Please go and deal with machines. You know machines don't have feelings. Be the engineer. Be the engineer. If you get irritated by people very fast, as in, you know what you go through. Have you ever called, or do you know those people who work in a bank? So somebody comes and asks you, how are you? Nataka kujua account number yangu. Unamtolea account number na kuuliza, hii ni yangu kweli? Unamwambia hii ni yako. Ai, na mbona hii haifanani na hii ingine? Anakutolea. Ukiangalia the two numbers they are exactly the same. Lakini anasema haifanani na hii ingine. Let me tell you, if you're not patient, don't try customer service, don't try front office jobs, because you'll be fired. Why take yourself to a career where you'll be fired? And you'll not even be fired by your boss. You'll be fired by your clients. Nowadays, you know, clients have the voice. They come and say, please, Grace from your company was very rude to me. If the management does not do anything today, we are withdrawing our business. Do you know what the business is going to do? They'll send you home on suspension as they investigate whether you are rude or not. Meanwhile, you are rude, so you lose your job. So temperament is very important, you know. Then if you're those people who are over volunteering in the information, you're super generous with information, you know, don't try to be a doctor. Have you ever listened to doctors? They have your results. You just want to tell them, niambie, what am I suffering from? They tell you, calm down, let's meet in my office. You meet in the office, they start asking, how is your father? How is your mother? Is there a history of diabetes? Anaanzia Meru. Na mnaenda wapi? Then anakwambia, do this. I have your results. I think they have come. I understand. But go come with your father to share the results. Now, if you're the prepepe type, where you get the results from the nurse, like, oh, nurse, huyo wamesema akona nini? Kuja wewe, kuja. Na hii ulipata aje? That doctors are bound by, you know, the doctor's oath, and they have signed to a lot of this confidentiality. And those things, they come as a personality. Doctors, you know, doctors will be looking at you with a very calm voice. They have been having your results for a very long time. They are working with you a journey with so much patience. And I know one of the evangelists is a counselor. Please, if you're the person who is politician, you know, if you want to be a politician, sasa, if you're perepepe, now try there. Where you yap anything, then you later ask yourself, what was I saying? But then ilikuwa nasema that, haiyo hapana. So if you know you're like that, where you talk a lot, try journalism like Kian, you know, where you'll be talking a lot. Every minute you're on the mic talking. Try the politics. You can try, if you find yourself always in debates, you are always arguing with your colleagues. Akisema kitu nasema hapana haikuangi hivyo, you have an opinion, you might consider law. So you know those lawyers is the side that wins ni ile iko na story mingi, yeah? So look at your temperament and place yourself accordingly. Then now look at your passion. See if your temperament and your passion is going to weigh in. So temperament, I totally agree. You need to look at yourself and you will disqualify yourself automatically. Some of you are too quiet. If you know you're extremely quiet, there are some professions that you will not excel in because they are a bit of outgoing, you know, talking to people. You have to be somebody who has to do a lot of talking to people. So if you find yourself a little bit reserved, you might want to do a bit more research on the job you want to do, because most of these talkative people-oriented skills, they require people who talk. And you're comfortable talking. You're not being forced. And I can tell you now, because I align talent to what you're gifted in, that there are some people you will not give them areas that involve handling people, because you'll have more accidents than business. There'll be accidents being reported every other minute. You'll be in meetings resolving conflict. Ameniambia, amenislap. You know, we have those cases. Unauliza mtu swali, wewe umechelewa. You're a leader. You're in charge of people. Someone is late. Ideally, what should you ask them? How are you doing? Where were you late? Could be that person was unwell or they have a relative who is unwell. There are genuine reasons. Hauongei, pa! Enda ukaseme na uko mbele. Maybe you might want to consider other professions, like law enforcing careers, like police, those ones. You might want to consider such, but not things that are delicate with people. So temperament is very important. That is just a guide, and I hope that it answers a bit of your questions. If there is no other question, I would like to hand over the mic maybe to the coordinator, then we can pick it up from there. So thank you very much.
I've learned a lot. I've been in the career world a couple of years and I'm still learning. So that's the other thing maybe I just wanted to mention, that you never stop learning. I remember when I finished Form 4, nilijiambia tumefika mwisho wa masomo, no more books. Tulichoma kwanza zetu, tukaota moto, ka bonfire, right? But you never stop learning. It is not just about books, it is also about experiences. Venye amesema, the way you interact with people, those are also learning moments. So one more round of applause for Grace, Willie, and yes. Asanteni sana. I want two people, one from the parents, one from our young people, to give a vote of thanks. Two people, 2 minutes each, vote of thanks, and then a lunch. Yes? Parents, nataka kutufungulia. Nimeona kuna mtu amesimama, anataka kusimama. Tumembo story of confidence. All right. Our young people, let's show our parents. Have we learned anything? Vote of confidence. Or rather, a vote of thanks. Anyone? Awesome.
Good afternoon again. Naweza sema thanks for coming. Najua wase wengi wamelearn something ile yenye ati usichague career choice juu ya parent wako. Juu najua wase wengi sahi hapo wanapitia hiyo, si ati nini. Ka best yangu mwenye mmoja najua amepigwa pressure but yeye alijichagulia. Kila mse asikize kenye Grace amesema. Yeye amepitia sana, ati IT ndio afike HR. Lakini sasa tunaweza punguza hiyo time wastage by kujitolea kwa kufanya hiyo kitu tunataka. Uko na hiyo passion. Na kitu kingine naweza sema asanteni kwa kutokea. Na mshinde fiti. And then tunataka tupigie Grace makofi ya kutusaidia. Najua anatupatia knowledge.
That is John, right?
Michael.
Oh, Mike. All right. Asante, Mike. So before we have one parent, as parents, mnaitana kamkutano and then you choose one of you. We want to appreciate these people. You remember we were registering your names, your grades, and as is tradition in any kind of setup or setting, we usually appreciate the best. So we've already done those tabulations. We know who the 3 best performing students were. And I would like to welcome our chair, together with our patron and our secretary, ndio watatu take through that short session before we come back to one of our parents with vote of thanks.
Thank you very much. And thank you to our facilitators. We are very, very happy. God bless you so much. Secretary will tell us who to appreciate.
Praise God. Saseni. So we have 3 names here. I'll just read and then I'll give the patron. If you hear your name, kuja tu mbele, and as we've learned in regards to etiquette, let's appreciate them. Sawa sawa. The first one is Francis Ian.
Followed by who? Followed by who?
Maureen Kimani. Hakuna photos. Gerald Waudhi.
Sawa sawa, thank you very much. Basi kuja umalizie.
Wazazi. All right. Thank you very much for kujitolea.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm a parent to Natalie Wanjiko. I just want to thank the church, Christian Education, our patron. It has been a good learning experience. We have had a lot. I have learned a lot, especially for us who've been up there, parents. We've tackled quite some issues. It's a take to go home with, and we thank all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'll ask our patron to come say something, and then I'll ask Mercy to pray for the food as we conclude this meeting.
Kindly be standing as we wind up. Now, when we were starting this session, we see that all of us, we have the notebooks, and we see that we'll be learning, and we also say that to be interacting. I'm sure you have learned a lot. The only one and very request is to ask ourselves, are we going to do something about what we have learned? Because of course we might have spent all the hours, but the question is, are we going to put it into practice? So the humble request is, our sons and our daughters, please, it might be a lot. I'm sure you have learned a lot. You may not do it all of it, 100%. But can you stress yourself and make sure that you have at least 50% of what you have done today? At least 50%. So that next time when we'll be calling you back here, you have a testimony that you have done something from what you have learned from today. So may God bless you so much. And more so to our speakers. That was great. That was wonderful. May God bless you so much. And I'm sure the way we came is not the way we are going back home. God bless you. God bless you. And be with you. And also walk with you. Bwana asifiwe. Bwana asifiwe. So we do our best. We do our best. Then we leave the rest to our Maker. God bless you and do you good.
Let us bow for a word of prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you this afternoon with thanksgiving. We thank you for this moment that you have given us, O Lord, to learn. We don't take it for granted. Lord, for our facilitators, O Lord, may you increase their territories. For the parents and the students, O Lord, may you help them actualize what they have learned, O Lord, because it's not easy, but with you everything is possible. Oh Lord, for the organizers and the church, Lord, continue guiding them as to what they are doing, oh Lord, and all the honor and the glory will be back into you. Oh Lord, and now as we go for lunch, we pray for whatever has been prepared for us, oh Lord, may it us to bless our bodies, help our bodies, and may all the honor and the glory be back into you. We pray this trusting and believing in Jesus' name. Amen. And now may the grace and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen.
Thank you very much for showing up today. So lunch is being served at our conference room. That is where our parents were. So we can start proceeding there. Lunch is served. Karibuni.